Good evening, service crew. Fighting pilot extraordinaire Ace Windfall. Ready for takeoff. Happy Tuesday, everyone. Happy Tower Defense Tuesday. What's up, Asmo? Welcome on in. Service crew, today, we finally begin. After, when did I start this game? After, looks at watch, 3 years and 3 years, 2 months. Almost to the day. Kind of, sort of. After a while, we're catching up to the main story. We are now, at last, going to start on the most current chapter. Episode 14, Absolved, will be the Seekers. I'm looking forward to it. What's up, Ben? Happy Tuesday, welcome on in. What's up, Ben? If you're gonna tell me to watch something on YouTube first, no, I'm locking right in. But what you got? Also, what's this? Oh, it's something got re-added to the thing, didn't it? Yes. That's Chong's event. I have you, right? Okay, that's what I thought. Because I did really good in Chong's event. I apparently didn't max it out, but... How did I not max this out? No, go back to that. How did I not max this out? Oh, I just didn't do the EXs. Oh, that makes sense. What's the million anniversary special PV first? Because it's a good story so far type video. I don't like watching YouTube videos. But I do like that Millie video. Okay. Only because I like that video. Only because I've seen that video before and I like that video. I don't have anything to say about this. This is just a mood setter. Oops. There you go. Oh, I know who those people are now! Oh, wait! Oh, shit, I know who those people are now. That's kind of fun. That was Caster and the other one. Oh, that's fun. That's the Sanguinarch. I killed him. I made him fall into a pit. He might be alive. I now see the importance of W being in things a little bit more now as well. Because W is just always in, like, stories, or she's always, like, pictured, and it's like, I get people like her, but, like, she's even, like, in Act Zero, and she's not really doing anything in Act Zero, she just kind of, like, shows up, explodes something, and just walks away, and I was like, oh, I love her. It's like, I get it, but I'm glad they're actually, like, doing something with her because she's not really part of Rhodes Island. She's not really like doing anything helpful until here when well, she's Shadow the Hedgehog. W is the Shadow the Hedgehog of the Arknights universe. And then boom, they actually like start doing stuff. It's kind of great. Yeah, but like they're not really doing anything. You fight W, sure, but that's it. Like they have a purpose, but like they show with such frequency that it doesn't actually do anything, but they're actually getting a payoff here, which I like. In front secret place, what? What? Did they add EX and S stages to... What? Oh, I'm scared about this. Find out. By the way, that was our preview, our prelude to this chapter, because again, they don't have it. Without further ado. 14.1. Fallen from Memory. Prepare to seek the ending. Oh boy! That's what we're doing. Not every meeting has a beautiful ending, Amiya. A lot of stories end suddenly. A lot of stories keep us tossing and turning on our beds. And some stories end with a long, long sigh. In a wilderness without end, people meet and go their separate ways. But at the crucial moment when we cross paths, no one knows if we should really be saying such solemn goodbyes. Come in. Teresa, you're back! Amiya? What's the matter? Look what time it is. You should be in bed if you don't want Calcic getting angry with you. I know, but I can't sleep. Want me to sleep with you? It's okay. If you still have work to do, You've been waiting for me all day, haven't you? Did something happen? No, Everyone's been very nice to me, and I'm keeping up with my homework, too. I finished all the assignments Dr. Calcic gave me. But I know you've been really busy, and I shouldn't bother you, but I don't know why. I really wanted to see you today. Is that right? Come, Amiya. I'm here. Teresa kneels down and hugs Amiya. I'm here for you now. Alright. I saw you standing here, waiting by yourself while everyone else was gone for so long. I still remember the look on your face. I don't get it. Are you worried about something? Isn't everyone saying we're about to win? Yes. There's always good news. Our fighters captured another town. We advanced our position once more. Casdell, our home, is closer than ever. But Amiya, Babel still has a very long journey ahead of us. Our goal is so far away. I don't actually even know if we're still sailing towards our original destination. Teresa lets out a brief sigh and looks into the distance. Amiya follows Teresa's gaze, but finds nothing. Babel does not exist to win victories. It never has. Victories and scars go hand in hand, and those scars are far more difficult than we ever anticipated to heal. Or rather, can they even be healed? Teresa's voice is very soft, almost like a dream melted away in water. As a cloud of mist rises, the brief momentary smile that she had before now seems distant and hazy. The young Countess girl thinks that, for a moment or two, the woman holding herself, hand The woman holding her hand all this time almost seemed to have disappeared into the mist herself. And so, Ami makes the effort to stand on her tiptoes and stretch her hand out. The young girl's soft fingertips touch the forehead between the eyes of the King of Sarkaz. She tries to smooth those knitted brows. They can. They will. Teresa, I still remember what you told me. Perhaps one day, we'll be able to let everyone in this vast land fall into peaceful slumber. Right. That includes you. And me. Go, Amia. We have lots of time to talk about the future, but if you stay up all night, you won't be getting any taller. What are you going to do if you're still a teeny tiny bean by the time Rhodes Island is proudly sailing across the vast lands? If I point my ears up, I'll look taller, won't I? You really don't want to go back to your room, don't you? I'm not being naughty. I just... Alright. Let's not tell Calcit then. You can stay a little longer. It's been a while since I told you a story, hasn't it? It's okay. I still remember all the stories you told me. A long time ago, there was a great big desert and a tiny little doll made of sackcloth. A little puppet swore he would cross the desert to find the legendary Plains of Hope. But you've never told me how the story ends. Oh, that one, huh? There were a lot of scary things out there in the desert. If I were to tell you, you'd never sleep again. I'm not scared of them. Besides, with you telling the story, I'm sure it'll have a nice ending. Alright. The desert. It was so vast and wide, like there was no end to it. Our little puppet had been through many great adventures, and at last, he made it. His goal was right in front of him. The Plains of Hope. What were the plains like? The kind of place that anyone would like to call home. The kind of place with all the carrot pies I could eat? With everybody on the landship there, too? Maybe. But things are never that easy in these stories. He still had to overcome the last obstacle that stood in his way. The desert was very cold, and the wind there never stopped. In the light of the twin moons, there seemed to be some black-cloaked shadows whispering to themselves. But the moment he looked for them, they disappeared. What were the black-cloaked shadows? They were the echoes of the oldest despair and sadness. If they catch you, you'll never escape them. The shadows whispered among themselves and laid trap after trap to stop the puppet. The black-cloaked shadows didn't want to let the puppet make it any further. They did everything they could to try to get him to turn around. Because if the puppet made it through the desert, hope would start to spread their way, and they would disappear. But the puppet didn't know that. His goal never once changed. The puppet made it past their traps and foiled their plans. All the tricks they had up their sleeves had failed. They were furious, and they decided they weren't going to hide anymore. They were going to duke it out with the puppet and fight him to the death. When he saw the shadows rushing toward him, the puppet took out a long spear made of a needle and some threads. Then he... Teresa, why did they become the echoes of despair and sadness? Well, about that. Did they catch neuropathy? And the pain kept them up at night? Then maybe the puppet could cure them. Just like what you and Dr. Calcit want to do. Cure them? If the puppet cured them and turned them into... happy and peaceful shadows, then everybody could go to the Plains of Hope together, right? Were they born baddies who like to scare people? No, dear. Of course not. The puppet found out that they all had wounds on their bodies. It was the wounds that turned them into who they were. Couldn't he fix them up with his needle and thread? Just like what you always do. Maybe. Perhaps it's worth a try. Sleepy. No, I'm not. So, did he do it? The puppet tried over and over. The stitches were thick and ugly. The black cloak shadows were livid. But what happened next? Maybe. Peace and happiness don't really come so easily. But in the end, they decided to let the puppet go. The black cloak shadows watched the puppet walk into the distance. They decided they'd let the puppet give it a shot, but a big river stood before him. He didn't even know how wide it was. All he knew was that he couldn't see the other side of the river. He knew that the Plains of Hope were on the other side, but there weren't any boats nearby. There wasn't even a decently sized frond. What do I do now? The puppet thought to himself, and he decided to see if he could swim across. But he's a cloth puppet. Right. He was made of cloth. If he got wet, he would only get heavier and heavier until he sank to the bottom of the river. But if he stopped here, his journey would have been for nothing. So he leapt into the water and found that the river was cold and salty, like tears. Apparently, a lot of people across the lands wanted to go to those plains, but not one of them succeeded. It was their tears that formed this river. The puppet finally understood just how many people shed tears over this. The puppet swam and swam. He felt his body slowly soaking up the tears. Did the other side of the river really exist? Perhaps the shadows were right. It was called the Plains of Hope because no one could truly make it there. People speak different languages, and their hearts are not connected. Home. Home. But a river meant that there must be a source to return to. Sleep soundly, Amiya. Good night. Hey, what's up, Nukiashi? Enjoy your lurking. Amiya has no idea how she got back to her room. That night, she slept very soundly. Did the puppet make it across the shore? What happened in the end? A ravine suddenly appeared. Just like that, the two sides have lost contact. Thank you, Nukiashi. Good job, kiddo. Amiya? Doctor! When did you get back? Is everyone waiting for me? I'm sorry, I'll just need a minute. You did well during the battle. Yeah. It's okay, Doctor. I'm all ready. Let's head over there together. We're about ready for departure. Every one of us has to leave Brentwood. Good thing these bones are large enough for all of us to fit. The military commission must already have caught wind that we've taken control of their town and the Lifebone. It goes without saying that the skeleton is of tremendous importance. Their counteroffensive might already be on the way. Perhaps the Sarkas are watching our every move as we speak. Ever since their rapid tactical unit, the Witchlings, took to the skies, it's always felt like somebody's been watching us in the mist. It's unnerving. The battle will only get more dangerous from here on out. We all know that. The Exemplars will not give up their counteroffensive on Londinium. We have no other choice. The victorious people have endured this long enough already. Good thing we seized the skeleton. Under ideal conditions, it will serve as a temporary stronghold. The wounded civilians will also get to settle down a little. Besides, if what Hodor said is true, it can teleport anywhere, although it might make the users nauseous. This is indeed some much appreciated help, but something is bothering me. Why wouldn't the military mission defend such an important transport to the death? Perhaps they gave up because of the pressure of the battlefield, or perhaps Duke Uriel, the Sanguinarch, underestimated his enemies. But it's more likely that their plan in Londinium has already reached a stage where they can't afford to worry about anything happening outside. The Sanguinarch still completed his final ritual. That may be exactly why they turned their gaze not to the Lifebone, but somewhere else. Hodor has finished negotiating with the consciousness left in the skeleton. It will, yes, listen to our proposal. With its help, we'll be able to return to the battlefield at any moment. Most importantly, it gave us an opportunity to get close to the airship and the shard. If we make use of this trump card well, just maybe, we'll be able to mount an airborne assault on central Londinium. Take out their headquarters directly. Good. I like that. The air around the shard is heavily guarded, and my guess is the Military Commission's airship won't let us hover over their heads without a fight. All we can do is find an opening for our strike team to enter, and as soon as they've made it in, we'll have the Lifebone depart. That means the strike team can't retreat. But at the same time, we still have to get to the bottom of what's been bothering Amia. What exactly are the Sarkas planning? And how to foil their little tricks. We won't be able to take the shard with this little time by ourselves, but we still have friends inside the massive city. We need to get in touch with them. According to our intelligence, there likely aren't many combatants stationed inside the shard. Based on my experience fighting their commander, if Teresis... Amia, what would you say our chances are? No, we should avoid a direct confrontation with him at all costs. No one is strong enough to single-handedly defeat Teresis. Besides, our greatest threat right now is not a singular powerful Sarkas hero. Rather, it's their ambition to see their plans come to fruition. We will only be able to end this war quickly by stopping it from happening. A few squads on their own can't end a war. We still need the Victorian military. It's true that the Duke of Windermere perishing on the front lines is beyond what any of us might have. Oh, forgive me, Lady Delphine. Standing beside you now is an intelligence officer in service of Duke Windermere, not her daughter. Pay me no mind. The Duke of Windermere's untimely passing has disrupted the fragile balance on the outskirts of Londinium. They're on the brink of war. Until a few weeks ago, I was still under the impression that if the Dukes were to put their minds to and attack Londinium together, Sarkis' defeat would have been all but assured. This would be a decisive battle, one far worse than what any of the bigwigs have been anticipating. I'd like to say they wish this upon themselves, but it's the frontline soldiers and innocent citizens who are suffering right now. So, when the time comes, who's going to win? Us, the Exemplars, or the Dukes? Sorry. Guess I shouldn't be asking that before an operation. It's fine. I know what it is you're worried about. But there's no need to worry. A great many people stood up, raised their heads, and woke from their dreams because of this calamity, whether willingly or forced. You are far from the only ones. We need to focus on the problem at hand. How to break through the battlefield for our Londinium counteroffensive, as well as how to stop the shard strikes. Won't be easy. It's very likely that they'll apply ancient Sarkaz research on Originium. Taking the battlefield head-on is our one and only choice. We received a transmission indicating we have several Rhodes Island support teams on the way. There are many things we will only be able to accomplish here as Rhodes Island. I'll see your strategy executed flawlessly and put this crisis behind us. It seems none of us has any objections. That being the case, everyone turns to Amia. Suddenly, you feel a hint of relief, gratification, excitement, and pride. After all, you're standing right beside her. This war has come to a head, and Teresa's intends to use some more decisive and forceful means to tear Victoria to shreds. This has nothing to do with whether the Sarkaz truly have a right to revenge. It has nothing to do with whether the nobles may bear this heavy burden for Victoria. If we solve all our problems by destroying our enemies, then this land, plagued by war from the beginning, has no hope. Viscount Visari and Theresis are there, at the heart of Londinium, toppling this empire standing on shaky ground. I will go to them, and I will stop them. For that future, and for the future of all. Isn't a big glad? Yo, what's up, Mayu? Happy Tuesday, welcome in.
Yeah.
It's not the punching game yet. Punching could happen later on.
Yeah.
Isn't a big gap like this? Isn't a big gap like this a waste? She's talking about like a gap between like the ribs or something like that. Isn't a big gap like this a waste? Got some real juicy explosives from closure. I have to pack every corner of this place full. And they're still cooking with stupid ideas like mounting an attack on Londinium. This is the military mission we're talking about. Who knows what tricks Teresa's got up his sleeve? So, bomb the place! Straight up! Why do you think the military mission went through all the trouble to hide this skeleton instead of treating it as a second airship? This thing is fragile. It's only thanks to the witchcraft device that we can communicate with the Firmament's lingering breath of life. An attack, no matter how weak, could spell the end of it. You think I'm talking about dropping bombs out of it? I'm saying let's make it the bomb. A bomb that can fly just about anywhere at once. That can fly right into Teresa's face at any moment. The perfect bomb. What? You're still thinking about letting it take us back to Kazdel? If we don't deal with Teresa's, we aren't going anywhere. Let's take the simplest path to solving our problems here. Got something to share with the class? Nothing at all, but I didn't expect to see you so tense. Should I teach you a few deep breathing techniques? Huh? Whatever, W. Get in the right frame of mind for this operation. Otherwise, no amount of explosives is going to fix what's going on in your head. That just means we're going to need even more bombs. If you say so. Enos. What? Remember when we ran to that lich the other day? Never mind. Forget it. You're wondering whether the Teresa out there is real or not again, aren't you? Enough of that already. I'm not the one you need to convince. I wasn't the one who called her a fake first, either. Did I ever tell you your arts are disgusting? I didn't need to read your shadow. You've been pretty anxious for a while now. What will you do if you run into her again? I told you, it's a fake. Gonna kill it and be done with this. And what if it's not? Then I'll rescue her and get to the bottom of everything. That's Teresa. I know. I think you don't. You haven't figured out how to treat Teresa. How to handle an enemy leader. That's a taboo. And you know it far better than I do. Enos, you know what pissed me off the most? I remember a lot of stuff. I remember the crystal on the head of the old fart who taught me how to make explosives. I remember the prices on your heads. I remember how Her Highness wrestled with that door and how Calcit once got her hair caught in that same door. I remember all those things that don't fucking matter. But I don't remember... Can't for the life of me remember when the last time I saw her was. Or even what we talked about. Yeah. I barely even had a normal conversation with her. There were so many of us on the ship. I was small potatoes, and she was Babel's chairman. It was probably a joke. Some silly complaint or nagging. But it definitely wasn't a goodbye. This time, I'll make up for that and say it. Then I won't forget. Anyway, I'm gonna get my mercs checking over their equipment. It's gonna be one hell of a job. Whatever you say. But if your legs give out on you and you need somebody to give you a good kick in the ass, you know who to call. Yeah. This nightmare has gone on long enough. We should be looking straight ahead. All preparations are complete. The airship is ready to take flight. Yes. It will all be over soon. Come. Walk with me one last time, Teresa's. Very well. The military commission of Kazdel has secretly constructed airship docks just like this one, and the support layers of several sectors throughout Londinium. This is the largest among them, and it is where the airship was born. The ship is seen as a terrifying weapon of war, a herald of destruction, and a flying fortress. But very few are aware of the original intent behind the airship's construction. It is to uncover a buried secret. And beyond that, it is to break free of an eternal shackle. The brother and sister are walking in the great ship dock, down a long passageway where every Sarkaz they pass stops and greets the two of them. When was the last time they had a nice walk like this together? Thinking about it compared to the amount of time they've spent together, the days that have passed is nothing. But they were also long enough. What's in your mind, Teresa? I suddenly remember that when Kazdel was rebuilt into a nomadic city, we stood next to each other on the city walls, shoulder to shoulder, just like this. It was supposed to be a happy day, but then it rained. Some said it was a bad omen, but I still remember how the soul furnace's flames looked all the brighter in the rain. And there's more. I'm suddenly remembering so much. It's been too long. It has been too long indeed. From Kazdel to Kazdel, our goal lies right before us. There is but one last step in our plan. Those who walk after us will find a great city standing tall upon this land, and we Sarkaz will do as we wish, seizing control of our own fate. I need you. Yes, I know. The warriors who once firmly believed in your path, the girl who is called the King of Sarkaz, they've all come before you now. Of course they came. I've always believed they would. Have you decided how you will confront them? I've never once been confused, but I had hoped this day would take longer to arrive. Now that it's come to this, I actually feel. I underestimated those I should have had faith in. Teresa's. I'm delighted. I'm delighted that even after we made this decision, they are still willing to stand up against us They are decisive and strong, and they are growing at an unimaginable pace. Perhaps they will make their way to you in the end. They may be much stronger now than the woman I was, the one who couldn't accomplish anything. I'm looking forward to it. Then, it's time for me to leave, too. Teresa steps onto the airship's gangway, while Teresis remains where he stands, quietly watching her. Teresa. This time, we should bid each other a proper farewell. Teresa reaches her hand out and smooths the creases on Teresa's cloak. Goodbye. Goodbye. The silence lasts until the steel door closes, and its thick shadow shrouds the two of them. They say nothing more. The pulsing of the myriad souls is ceaseless. Teresa lightly closes her eyes to bear with its surge. The endless murmurs are like the tide. It exhausts. It drags those within it ever downward, and it suffocates. Perhaps within it once existed brief moments of happiness, or the occasional delight. But there is simply too much pain. So much that the pain permeates every word and sentence. Oh, myriad souls. Even though I have almost completely exhausted myself, I still cannot see the other side. Shattered hearts abound on these lands. And so, even if I have only one grief at my disposal, even if my body was wrought of tears, be my oar, and be my ark. Let tears carry tears, and let suffering lift up suffering. It's time that we set sail. Logos is examining the bone whistle in his hands. He knows every pattern carved into it and every wear and tear on its surface. He remembers receiving this from his mother when he was still a small child. Its sound was not nearly as sonorous and vivid as it is now. So this is a Banshee's bone whistle. It's my first time seeing the real thing. Banshees are a rare sight among mercenaries to begin with, much less one with a bone whistle. That said, I've heard plenty of stories about bone whistle. It's a symbol of terror. Its sound foretells death's pursuit. The Banshees pretend death and willingly serve as the embodiment of death and danger. But I rarely ever saw you use the whistle. Not at Babel all those years ago, or at Rose Island now. The vampire accused you of rejecting the power of your bloodline. It already sounded. It need not sound again. Metaphors about death itself are a dime a dozen. But what comes after death? True, the Banshees pretend death, but nothing more. If death wasn't the end of all beings, and there was more than nothingness after the toll of the death knell, then this foretelling would have been meaningless. That's why we set down the bone whistles for bone pens. New meaning is born from the pen's tips, while the past is only recorded by the same tips. This is why we stand together now, Hodor. Is that right? Yes! Toward the other side of death. Rebirth. It matters not what Teresis intends to accomplish. This war will not and cannot be allowed to develop into a raging fire that destroys the Sarkaz, as history has seen countless times before. Having burned for so long, this hatred cannot be easily extinguished. We can stop it from engulfing all souls upon these lands. That includes each and every race there is.
Dr. Windfall, hold on tight. The final battle is about to begin.
The Franamut's skeleton wriggles its body, and once again dives straight into history. The fragments of time are like bubbles in the muddled stream. After they break up, the remains are still vague and indistinct. Amiya feels the rippling space-time rushing past her. You look at her, and see her eyelashes twitching. What exactly does she see? Perhaps nothing more than reflections passing by, or fleeting hallucinations. The distance between memories and history is always much longer than we expect. Ooh, that's a fun CG. Countless sceneries, both ancient and modern, sweep by under the Franamut's frame. Those who find themselves within are astonished by this advancement or regression of times, the disasters that unfold before them, and the happiness in their hands. But when looking upon them from high above, perhaps these sights have never actually changed. Then, the illusion grows much stranger and more twisted. A seed is rapaciously absorbing nutrients. It writhes, whimpers, trying to tear away all fabricated representation. This creation, far beyond human comprehension, waits silently. The slightest movement is enough to rend the continent and allow the crystals to proliferate. No, this isn't right. This isn't the Franamut's power. The sky. The entire sky is burning red. The lifeboat is out of control. It's been pulled off its original course. Are we under attack? Ready damage control. Guard the entrances to all cabins. Watch for attacking aircraft. We're preparing anti-boarding measures. All non-combatants, retreat to your shelters.
Mercs, fan out! Don't let any drooling morons onto the ship!
Any damage reports?
I'm checking, but what's going on? This makes no sense. Sensors I set up are all reading normal. Skeleton's not damaged at all.
I just got word from an observation post. They've spotted no enemies. We're losing altitude. I can't control it.
What the fuck is happening? Isn't the skeleton your best friend, Hodor? Get it to chill out!
Hodor, can you adjust the course at all? We mustn't land in the center of the battlefield. I'm trying.
Buckle up, everyone! I don't want anyone getting flung out through the gaps in the bones. I sent out all my drones to try to pull the Franamut's bones back and reduce the impact of the crash. Don't get your hopes up, though. Our descent isn't slowing. Going by the current speed.
We'll hit the ground very soon. The meaning of language shall grant us wings. I command these words to lift this weight.
It's working. Keep chanting your incantations, Banshee. Hodor, keep steering us north. There's a valley there. We should fit right in.
I'm on it. But my link with the Franamut is fading. I can't control it much longer. Monster. Protect the doctor. Prepare for impact. This isn't exactly comfy. Calm down, Doctor. You'll be fine.
Amiya, how are things going over... All the wounded and civilians have been relocated. Feist and Rockrock are working on getting the transport secured. Got it. Enos, my mercs have anything to say?
They're all here with me, working on getting some witchcraft going. We'll need a little bit more time. We should be able to withstand half the impact's force. Tell Hodor these bones won't shatter here. The valley's in sight. Our angle's not quite there yet. We need to turn left by another 20 degrees. Last chance for adjustments. 20 degrees. I'm certain of it. All hands, brace for impact. The rest comes down to luck. 10 seconds impact.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And just like that, we lost our whale skeleton. Man, I like that thing too. Okay. I don't know how I feel about that as the opening chapter. I wish that opening chapter ended sooner. I don't know. I like the Ami a bit. That's what I think I mentioned that last week. I think that's my biggest worry about this chapter is I feel like depending on how they actually pace things out, it might feel bloated at some parts. Given that there's just so many beats that they have to hit. I do like the seeing everyone together. It is kind of fun though, right? It's very Avengers-y. It's like, oh, you have Horn and W and Enos and Hodor and Siege and the Doctor and Ami and Calcit and Logos. They're all there together. And nothing exploded yet. It could be right over here. Yo, is it vodka? Happy Tuesday, welcome in. I am in chapter 4. We just started it today. Because I had to catch up before chapter 15. And so I've been like, I basically have not been doing any of the major events. I've only missed like one event. It was the sand one. It was Thorn's Altar. It's a rerun week this week. It was like a bunch of other stuff going on before. So basically, catch up time. 14.2, Operation Meeting. The origin of all has been revealed, and all shall return to it. What? What? That's not what I thought this chapter would look like thematically, but it fits. But like, are we gonna get thrown into past? Is that what's gonna? I said that I kind of hope we get thrown into the past. We're on a weird Franimut that's like able to go through time and space. This doesn't look like anything normal. There's some stuff in the background. There's some stuff going on here. I said that as a joke, distinctly as a joke, but like, there's a non-zero chance we're in the past now. I might be okay with that. If it gets schlocky, I think I'm gonna be back into it. Wait, hold on, what? That didn't have that, hold on. Yeah, there was nothing here. The origin of all has been revealed, and all shall return to it. Which is Originium, obviously, but at the same time, hold on. If I go here on Extreme, it has it? Originium Pollution. Continually deals true damage to units on it and greatly reduce their SP recovery. So presumably that's these things. Ooh. Active Originium Storm. Ooh, I don't know if I'm going to survive inverse conditions on Chapter 14. Deals true damage to units in its area every second and greatly reduces their SP recovery. This sucks. Enemy movement speed increased and some enemies will differ. This might be a little challenging. The future, the past. It could be anywhere. It could even be the present. This is probably... I played enough IS that I know when it's a true damage stage, you put that on. Outside of that, this is... No, we don't need Yato anymore because we don't have to deal with the Chapter 13 mechanic. So we can put someone cool in. We can put Calcit in. She's fitting. Actually, we'll put Logos in. He's more fitting, arguably. Calcit's also fitting. We have W Alter as well, but... Well, we have W Alter. Why not? She's just here for the support. Oh, we can also swap out Delphine. I mean, we can also keep Delphine. That'd be fine. Thank you, the highs. Happy Tuesday, welcome on in. I'm drinking mint tea with like honey in it, and I think I put enough honey that it gives a sting, but I didn't put enough honey that it like makes its own unique flavor, and so it just feels like a weird like aftertaste almost. Not a big fan, TBH. It's probably fine. Yeah, we can keep Delphine in here for now. Wait, how many melee do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's fine. We have roughly half and half. I think mint, honey, and lemon together will be... I don't think it works that well. I think it's too much. Lemon is another good alternative. I usually do it with like green tea, or I'll do like my hot lemonade, but...
I made my bed. I'm lying in it. What am I gonna go back to the break room just to squeeze in some lemon in it? Nah, we don't need Cal. Cal would be fitting, but we don't need her. I made my bed. Once she gets back on the battlefield, then we can put Cal in. But also, we might need... Actually, Delphine... Cal might be better than Delphine, because then it gets me a ranged, a healer, and a body. It depends on how... It depends on how bad the AoE stuff is, the damage over time stuff is. We'll find out. Maybe this is a 3 healer comp. Excuse me, a 2.5 healer comp. Honestly, if it's DOT, Cal is not doing anything, actually. Cal would just be healing monster. Cal would kind of like not be that good. Ooh, yeah, I might be okay with this. We'll find out. 30 minutes earlier. Underground structure, Highbury Borough, Londinium. What do you mean 30 minutes earlier? You're back. How are things up top? Same as ever, and maybe worse. You should be scared of those devil mercenaries who ask you for a smoke. Worst you'll get is a slap on the face if they feel like it. But now, I saw monsters you can't even describe that'll turn you into a puddle of blood without so much as blinking. You know what? I've been sleeping better, because I know there's nothing but death if I run into one of them. Those Sarkas still grabbing workers off the streets? Didn't see anything. They didn't dare go too far. Doesn't seem like the Sarkas are interested in running the city anymore. There's no one maintaining public order. They couldn't fully occupy Londinium, could they? What use is it to them? They really plan to drive the Victorian capital all the way back to Kazdel? Who knows? Honestly, I haven't gotten a clue what they're trying to do. Why go through so much trouble if they just want to kill everyone? They need blood for the blood god and skulls for the skull throne. How sad. Those who betray their friends for a better future are soon betrayed by a better future. No one expected things to turn out like this. You know we didn't mean to. Let me guess. You mean us no harm, but handed us to the defense forces out of fear. How kind and gentle. You all deserve a medal. Catherine, we... Save it. I don't have time to dig up old grudges. Not that it would help anything anyway. You shouldn't gift wrap my head in feist and give them to the Sarkas. Question is, what do we do now? We can hide here. We know the underground passage is better than the Sarkas. That's your plan, Tommy? Live underground for the rest of your life like a talpy beast? Why don't you just go hide in a coffin, then? I don't blame you for what you did. Given a choice, no one wants to go to war, but war's here now. Right here in our homes. There's nowhere to run. I ran to a few fellows who said they could get us some decent weapons. I reckon. Is that thunder? Rain would be really nice right now. Why is it shaking? Is Londinium on the move? But the mobility level is... Something's not right. Let's head up and see what's happening. Be careful. What is it, Catherine? You're blocking the window. The massive silhouette of the shard is just visible from here. The most familiar sight, and the pride of all who call Londinium home. But the annoying yet comforting blankets of clouds above are nowhere to be seen. What? What's that on top of the shard? Take all your supplies and contact everyone we can. We need to move deeper underground, now! Hurry! "15 minutes earlier. Silver Rock Bluffs, Londinium outskirts. What is this face get up? Looking like a horse over here. We're approaching Silver Rock Bluffs. That means the attack will start soon. When I first heard Wellington's plan a few days ago, do you know what my initial reaction was? You thought it was too ambitious, Your Grace. Ambitious? I think you mean crazy. Yes, crazy. He wants the entire Allied forces committed to the front lines. 13 dreadnoughts, 45 assault ships, 172 gunboats, 86 transports, 10 support ships, all artillery, and 180,000 infantry, including the entire reserves. It wasn't an inquiry request. It was a notice. Almost an order. The Duke of Wellington has also abandoned the traditional Gaulish formation of multiple battle lines, instead having all fleets form single files to penetrate the Noxahir line all at once. Goddard and our forces are to be responsible for fire support and cleaning out casters in the Sarkaz rear, while Wellington's vanguard charges at the center of the Noxahir formation. Silver Rock Bluffs, currently under the Sarkaz control, is a key pass between the Redmane Mountains and the Duskglow River, and a highly defensible position. The enemies can easily retreat towards Londinium, even if we win the battle. Out of staunchy opposition to the plan, if it was not Wellington who proposed it. But you and the rest of the high commanders eventually consented to it. We've seen similar tactics in the military academies. They're the same tactics used in the legendary battle of the War of the Four Nations in which Duke Wellington fought. The Victorian-Lithuanian alliance split the Gaulish lines into three and quashed their resistance. That battle put Victorian on a new course for the next several decades. Glorious as it may be, the past is no place to find refuge in. Do you also think Iron Duke has gotten old? Wellington is a military genius. He commands battleships with the same ease and grace as a Lithuanian virtuoso. I've never seen anyone quite like him. He is not one of those fools blindly chasing the glory of the past. The Sarkaz is not the end, but merely the beginning of the end of the real battle. As for here and now, it's not just Wellington who needs a decisive victory. The Sarkaz have the Shard. They've successfully fired it before. They could attack us or anywhere in Victoria at any moment. However, our war scholars deem any losses from the Sarkaz catastrophe attacks to be within acceptable limits. Those losses will not compromise our ability to achieve our strategic objective. Sarkaz have not refueled Londinium since it deviated from course. The city is immobile as of now. Once we take the pass at the Silver Rock Bluffs, the Sarkaz will no longer have a terrain advantage, and the Allied fleets will have a clear path to Londinium. Indeed, if everything goes well, we will be able to end this meaningless stalemate as quickly as possible. Yet the word stalemate isn't an apt description of the Sarkaz and Victoria. The telegrams from the caster hold are increasingly impatient. One cannot fault our backers for it. War is far too expensive. A promise fulfilled too late is a promise unfulfilled. What's up, Shy Biscuits? I agree. It looks like a horse's like what they would like it. Like if there was a snoot here, if there was a muzzle, not a muzzle, like a snoot, right? A longer nose. It makes perfect sense, but it doesn't. So it looks doofy. Are those cannons of Gastrel going off? Duke Wellington's attack has begun, but it's not time yet. Your Grace, what's that red light coming from the distance? That light. It's coming from the top of the Shard. Hail Wellington right now. We must... I think I know what's happening, by the way. I don't know how I'm gonna like this. Wait. Is this too schlocky? Not schlocky, but I'm scared about what I think might be happening in here, given what the stage looks like and given everything else. Oh, are they doing a Superman? Is Teresa's terraforming Terra? That can't be it. That beats... Ouch. Doctor, are you okay? The doctor will be fine. The monster absorbed the brunt of the impact. How are the others? The good news is that we fell into the canyon. Our precise location is uncertain, but we're at least a distance from the worst of the fighting. Closure, Horn, and Siege have gone out to scout our surroundings. You should be briefed on these specifics soon. We're still assessing our personnel and equipment losses. Preliminary reports indicate that pre-impact measures were effective and losses are acceptable. Medical and engineering units are already at work. I'm afraid there's been some troubling development. The sky. It's red. Watch your step and keep up with us, Doctor. I don't know how I feel about this. I like the CG. I will admit I like the CG right now because it has the main characters, and you don't get enough of that. But at the same time, like, is this because of the war going on? Is this because of the battle, or is this because of the shard doing its things? Did they make hell on Earth? Is this just Teresa's like my plan would be to make hell on Earth, and like so there's hell on Earth here? I don't know how I feel about that. If that's let it play out. Maybe there might be more, but like if it's just like Teresa's just like I just want to make the Earth uninhabitable or like more habitable for the Sarkaz. I mean, like I get it, that's fine, but that's just the plot of like the bad Superman movie that everyone hates. Like, yeah, if it's just like I don't know, let it play out. It might become peak, but right now it's the plot of like half of the DC movies. Suffering extends its reach to every corner the eye can see. From the top of the shard, Originium spreads like a plague, devouring, assimilating. Buildings, ships, armies. Originium devours all and quickly expands. An unprecedented calamity indeed. One that puts even the most terrifying catastrophes to shame. And yet, an army marches through the roiling Originium crystals, its tattered banner visible even from here. Suffering is but a marching order for the Sarkaz. The ever-hungry procession of Sarkaz advances to the horns of Wailing, sinking their teeth and claws into any enemy they find. Ooh. I don't know if that makes it better, because I think his plan is also stupid, if we're being real. It's the same level, just like, I'm just gonna burn the it's the, what is it? It's the day of the sun, or whatever. The eclipse is a different day. The eclipse is when the Avatar fights them. It was Ozin's comet, right? Was that what it's called? Ozin's comet comes by and he's like, I'm going to use this, and we're all gonna go on airships, and we're all gonna, it literally is actually, because they're on airships, right? They're all on airships and they're just blasting their firebending powers. I'm gonna be real. I think that's one of the stupider parts of the Avatar like season finale, because it's just pure like, I don't know. It doesn't hit. It's just like doing a pure villainy, which again, like, yeah, they are the bad guys. They can do a pure villainy in a children's cartoon, just so you know, like, yeah, we got to stop the bad guys from burning everything. I get that, but like, why? Does not work for me as a motivation. The Sanguine arc worked for me as a motivation, I think, because he was just a pompous asshole. Right now, he like just wanton destruction is a lame which I know that's not his only goal, but like right now Teresa's is not jokering, but like it's Joker adjacent, where it's just like, I just want to destroy everything. I just want to watch it burn. It's just like, you can do better than that, man. Come on, I know you have it in you. Even though I know that's not going to be his only thing. Right now, getting some big just want to watch everything burn vibes. Blood-stained boulders litter the wasteland as far as the eye can see, looking decidedly out of place. The whipping winds have ceased, giving way to a rising fog. The withered grass remains unstirred, yet countless tattered bandages already dangle across. Sarkaz warriors stand in line, soundless and motionless, waiting for the embodiment of death and decay. The master of war, their king. A withered figure emerges from the death-filled fog, Oh yeah, I guess it's not Teresa's technically. It's more the Naxir King that's doing this. Maybe like I don't know. He seems like he's one of the four horsemen effectively. He's probably gonna have a good moment later on that makes him like more interesting. But right now he's just like he's just that guy. But he doesn't have like the personality of like him, right? On the hills he stands. Through the swamps he passes. Out of the fog he glides. Through wind and sand, rising from the withered grass. And upon the art's ritual circle he descends. Tattered stripes of cloth fall to the blood-filled columns, like a bony hand caressing a tombstone. Only the most seasoned warriors recognize that Noxihir's tattered ribbons, like the banners on Kazdel's wall, belong to generations of ancient Sarkaz tribes. Their form ragged, their symbols recognizable, but their scent of war unmistakable. Ducarail, Regent Crimson, Prince of Blood. We were never close, but the contribution that you and your blood made to the war is undeniable. I bear witness to your glory and shame. Slayer of the firmament in the mist, jailer of time, usurper of the royal court, executioner of kings. You denied the path that we now walk, as you've denied the meaning of the Black Crown. But you gave your first and final drop of blood to the Sarkaz. Your power shall not fade away, nor shall your anger, your hatred, your ambition. He spreads his arms wide. A black fog of decay rises, swallowing every boulder. Red fades into sand and dirt, vanishing into the mist. The warriors do not speak, but the earth begins to rumble as ancient witchcraft spreads across the battlefield. Spooky. Trying Umusume as a joke. Just got 2 SSR in 1 temple. Nice. Characters or cards? Because if they're characters, that's nice. Like, all the characters are good. If they're cards, depends on what cards. Unless they got Fine Motion and or Super Creek, it's only okay. Apparently. Allegedly. I know because the gold chip card, which is really cool, that thing is apparently dog ass. That's unfortunate. They got an SS card in their first 10 pull also. Nice. Streaming luck is kind of real. I usually either pull really, really well or really, really dog, and there's like usually not an in-between for that. What game did I pull really well on? Oh, Shadowverse Worlds Beyond I pulled really well on, which is unfortunate because I have not touched that game since Uma came out. Normal Shadowverse Evolved, the TCG hits so much harder, and I've just not tapped back into Worlds Beyond because it's just not in the space for me right now. But damn, if the streamer luck was not real for that, I was able to get my like really expensive deck for like nothing effectively because I got all that good stuff. Every time I end up playing a gacha game again, I'm just gonna go live every time I pull just for streamer luck. That's all you gotta do. Because most games check if OBS is running. And if OBS is running, they adjust their rates. Big Gotcha told me that one. I believe it. War. We nourish you with our best. Their blood and bones at your behest. We are the living and the dead. Together we march as one. The black fog dissipates. A drop of blood forms at the tip of the Nazalim's staff. Nesalam's. It is the purest blood. The only blood that death and decay cannot touch. This is the blood of the Tikaz. It evoked the call of... God damn it. It evoked the call of Amnanam, but was lost in the battle's art circles. The Confessari searched 70 of them without finding it.
Benesalim, Your Highness. You have found it for the Regent.
The drop of red liquid drifts towards Solace and enters her wrist. Keep it safe, Confessarius.
Of course. I vow to protect it with all the strength of my bloodline. My life.
The vampiric art circles are still active.
What are the Sanguinarch of vampires?
The Pierce bloodline, the cruelest of the sovereigns, the pride of the Sarkas.
Did he really die so easily? At the hands of the young Banshee and the rabbit?
He has not joined the myriad souls, but away he has drifted.
What a shame to waste so much blood.
Meddler of bloodlines, do not desecrate war and death with your flippant insolence.
Apologies, Your Highness. I was merely lamenting the loss of the Sanguinarch.
Then keep his legacy safe. His blood will continue the fight with us.
Of that, I have no doubt. Sovereign of the Withered Court. The blood of the Tikaz will fulfill its duty. If a mere tremble of Amnanam is enough to burn the heaven red and bring upheaval to the earth, then its final descent shall free our fate from the manipulation of Originium, as the myriad souls have so longed for.
Fate? War will crush all obstacles beneath its heel, even fate. The Deadwood throne rises, attended by innumerable war altars, casting a massive shadow on the battlefield. Silent columns of warriors step into the strange catastrophe, continuing their advance. We will advance before this storm. Both the living and the dead. This war belongs to all Sarkans.
Have a good night, Gabriel.
Nom 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 nom. Basically, Ben, I agree with that. So the fan theory of the streaming luck is the whole spear bomb idea, where a collected wish accumulates for one person. Sometimes. It's definitely been the exact opposite before, though, Ben. Where everyone's like pulling together and like they have to still spark or something like that. That's when it gets rough. But I like that as some form of an idea. Yo, what's up, Woogie? Happy Tuesday, welcome on in. A new beginning.
Who's this? Another quote from one of the sovereigns, General.
No. I was simply reminded of the furnace at the center of Kazdel.
Oh, the big one. He witnessed many feedings before he came to Londinium. It's an honor for a fallen warrior to be fed into it, become the fire that propels our progress. But it never seems to be sated. Small wonder. Flames of a revenant's rage only burn stronger.
Nadine, would you call the nomadic city by the name of Kazdel your home?
What's the meaning behind that question, sir? When the final battle has already begun. I was raised on the battlefields outside Kazdel. The black rocks and the bones of my fellow Naxi here are the only things buried beneath the city's walls and wheels. Where is home, if not Kazdel?
Yes. What other answer could there be? The future is lined with uncertainties, but this much we know. This war ends where a new beginning emerges. Have you made contact with Usula?
No. They were very thorough in mopping up Brentwood. Just as you predicted, our casters have picked up the trail of the Fernma skeleton's movements. They considered attacking Londinium, attacking the Shard directly.
I gave them a chance. Far too many chances.
There's no question that Major Usula has been negligent in her duty. She had better have a good explanation if she lives to explain.
Have you located the skeleton?
We have a rough idea of its location, but it'll take time to find it on this vast battlefield. Should I take a squad there personally?
No. I will. We will retake the Fernmat's spine or destroy it. It must not fall into the wrong hands again.
You're going yourself?
Those mercenaries have interfered too much. They must be eliminated. Before that, though, we will finish the ritual.
Our Noxia ritual? I didn't think you cared much for tradition.
Cyclops, Lich, Wendigo, Banshee. More and more have left. You've never seen these royal courts in Kazel, have you, young Noxir?
I suppose not. Other than the Noxir, it's mostly been vampires. Not the best neighbors, but you start to miss their smell when you spend enough time in Londinium.
The blood of the fallen has returned to the earth. There will be no new prince of the Crimson Court. How many sovereigns do the Sarkaz have left?
Yo, Jim Neutron, thank you for lurking. We enjoy your lurking as well. Also, Ben, if I may interject, no, not abs. That's clear. That's like a solid like midriff. I agree, but like calling that abs is like whenever you see what's the one that everyone always says? Like if you see a character with legs and everyone's like, oh my god, she's so thick, and it's just like, sir, what are you talking about? It's like that is a good stomach, but objectively not abs. Agree with that though, Mayu. Not saying that's bad. Just saying that's not abs. That is just solid midriff. Thank you, Nugiyashi. Good job, spare parts. See, spare parts would know a thing or two about abs. Under that fur, look at this. Under that fur, nothing but abs. But no one else can see. That's just from me. Hold on. Logistics command. We've encountered a catastrophe near Sifurier Chasm. At least, I think it's a catastrophe. We're being drowned in a tide of originium. The ship has lost power. Weapon systems severely damaged. All systems inoperative. Defense systems offline. No response from arts units. I repeat, all systems inoperative. Enemy spotted. Taking every fire. Mobile arts device. Data. Automatic record.
None of these messages made it out. The entire communication system is scrap. I think that so many have died to protect this little metal box. I salute you. That bow hurt. I shouldn't take my hat off. Our foe is unpredictable, aren't they? There's enough intel about the shard to fill an entire building. But you and I must take the blame for our present circumstances. The man in a hat looks down at his counterpart. The man on the ground lies motionless, buried to his chest in crystal-filled dirt. But the little box that he clutches in his left hand remains spotless. The Trilby Asher pulls the rim of his fallen comrade's hat down, covering the face that no one knew to begin with. It took a little more effort to retrieve the communicator, but war has made him a rather proficient undertaker. Intel retrieved. Communications are still being jammed by severe interference. Little progress is better than nothing, I suppose.
Uruka 5 of the 6th Infantry Battalion were ambushed. The landing attempt on the Crumley Plate has failed. Unable to reach the Duke of Gaudaden's scout fleet. Chetlik has been lost. Large-scale, unanticipated geological changes across the Silver Rock Bluffs front. Active origin concentration above threshold.
No good news.
Is that the start to one of the Kojima track from Death Stranding?
Faintly. Are those troops? The ID code is... My. What a miracle. I am a lucky man indeed.
What is that? I should know who this is. I feel like I should know who this is. What is this? Who was that? Wait, I don't think I know who that was. I feel like I should know that hair. That wasn't the girl that I just met, was it? That's like the only other option. Like, if it... unless, I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out. Welcome to hell. Oh, look at the little guys! Oh, that's fun. I'm glad they had the little guys here. That's what this does? Oh! It's a moving storm. Alright, punch game, go.
You could probably just do that, right? Does this break? It doesn't look like it does because I can't interact with it. For now, we'll do this. Does this just go to the end? Does it then go back after it goes to the end? That's that's the main thing I'm worried about, actually. Where's my healer? Shining. No, where's Lumen at? There he is. Just blind for a second. Also, I probably should have waited to actually activate that, but it's fine. We might need more healers. We are gonna need more healers. This is kind of messed up. So maybe we are gonna run Calcit. Lead Sark has Withered Vanguard. Attacks deal arts damage when inside or Genie Pollution. Ew. Get rid of it. Well, we just do this.
Moving to designated location.
Part of me wants to say that I wish there were more, like, maneuverable ops on the battlefield. I can win this. But, like, obviously the answer is just, you know, fast redeploys and, OP. Oh, does it just stop there? I'm okay with that, I guess. Like kind of like Vanguards. Vanguards are alright. Vanguards don't have a reduced deployment time compared to everyone else, though. Because how many not including things like talents that will reduce redeploy time, like on a case-by-case basis, like April, right? April has a thing that like will reduce her redeploy time. How many different redeploy time categories are there? Is it just the two? Just fast redeploy and normal redeploy? Again, obviously there are some characters that have different redeploy times, but that's not a category in of itself. That's just like a special case scenario. This actually isn't that bad. The fact that it stays there and it doesn't go back around, I'm okay with this actually. Thought this was gonna be much worse. Don't know about this one though. A lot of people there. Hit it, boss. I kind of like these guys. They're not that bad. Which makes me worried. Presume these are just the generic, not basic enemy, but like the basic +1 enemy of this level. I'm 70, 80 for welfare. Oh, I guess there's technically also so there are at least 3 actually, because I forgot about there's also the robots, which are long redeploys. So there's at least 3. I assume welfare just means the 2-star units and like some of the early 3-star units, possibly all of them. But like for the mean pays for the majority of the cast, is it just you're either fast redeploy or you're normal? Considering that like welfares and 1-stars are like, I guess that does technically make them in their own category, but I just wish there was like a third one among like the higher tier stuff of like possibly somewhere in the middle. Executing Merchant Agent. 1-star 200. Okay, 1-star I expected. I guess Executing Merchant and Agent are different. Agent Vanguard. Okay. That does make sense, I guess. That would also go with like what Ben was saying with like Vanguards being faster deploys. Wish there were more. What is a 45-second time actually? If Agent's 35, or like is the 35 and the 45 this is supposed to be the same thing? I wish there were more things with the 45 then, if that was the case, and not just Agents. I feel like it could be an interesting niche outside of just being Agents. I don't know what you would do with it, but I don't know. I'm not a game dev. I just think it'd be cool. No sign of the Sarkaz troops. The lifeboat is a big threat, and we would have left an even bigger trail behind us as we fell. I'm afraid that they'll catch up to us sooner or later. Closure, can you confirm our position? I can only really get an approximate orientation with these maps I've got on hand. Damn it. Still no response. Ever since the skeleton crash, all our comms went down with it. My drones can't fly too far either. Never seen this much interference before. Wait, I think a drone just found something. Over there! What's this? A voice recorder? Makes sense, I guess. On a battlefield like this is the next best way to relay intel, short of just shouting. That's the Duke of Craster's crest. Let me have a look. I'm short on time, so I'll make it brief. The Stone of the Sword has just arrived at Silver Rock Bluffs. But the sarcasm and the tricks are worse than we thought here at the front line. My advice is head to the battlefield from the southwest. Bring the sword. I have honored my vow, so the rest is up to your highness. No change, no improvement.
Can you tell your new pal that if it doesn't get back on its ass soon, I'm gonna break whatever bones it's got left, one by one?
It's long dead. Not like you can feel pain. When I pick something more meaningful to vent about. The skeleton's voice was already ebbing. After the crash, it had stopped responding altogether. The nerve bundles are withering. We tried everything we can think of. Lubricant, supplements, even some crazy witchcraft I've never heard of before. My verdict is... right now, it's nothing more than a colossal unbreakable skeleton.
It can't be dead, can it? I mean, it's already a dead firmament. You're telling me it can die again? Heinous! Pass me the mine over there. The one wedged between the bones.
Glad you asked. Nearly stepped on it. And also, what kind of psychotic idea do you have this time?
Oh, just following your suggestion. Gotta find a proper target to blow up. Isn't that old friend of yours supposed to be the skeleton whisperer or something? I'm sure she's still got an unbroken rib or two, so she should be able to talk. Maybe. Well, she will if she knows what's good for her.
Usula. She does know plenty of the Friendmutt's secrets. It's clear she hasn't told us everything. But I have the feeling that she won't be able to help us with this particular problem. Right. The source of our troubles is what's hidden in those dark red clouds above our heads. That's exactly it.
Ah, the all-knowing Calcit. Let me guess, you got even more bad news for us?
Regular catastrophes have no effect on Friendmonths, even if it happens to be one that has been dead for several centuries. The tunnels that it travels in can even drill through time, so how is it that a storm can seal them off? What's happening here is beyond the scope of a mere catastrophe.
As we were falling, I had a vague feeling that the enormous ancient sentience remaining in these bones had gone somewhere I could not touch.
It died its true death? Our connection with it has been severed. It may only be temporary, but if we take too long, we might lose control over it for good. Your deduction is correct. Upon his inspection, Logos confirmed that the Sarkaz witchcraft cast upon the skeleton is being disrupted by a massive source of energy. It seems the vampire's ritual was completed. The Compulsarius, Kwisatsurach, is aiding Teresa's, and has achieved what the Sarkaz could not for millennia. Amnanam, an ancient wound that refuses to heal. The Kunabula of suffering. Kanabula? How do you pronounce that?
Mind skipping to the part where we can actually understand? I don't have all day.
So real for that. It was the first curse, just as it was with the first Originium.
Is that just a legend? You know, the made-up kind in the storybooks that Hodor loves to read?
Legends are a shadow of reality, despite all the untruths and half-lies painted over them. To say nothing of the fact that this is a Sarkaz legend, a Tikaz legend,
Sounds to me like Teresa's cooking up some real serious beast shit to hang over Victoria.
I fear that this, too, is the reason he chose Londinium as his base of operations. The shard's ability to influence catastrophes in Originium is already sufficient for it to become Amnanam's beacon. Across all of Terra, as it is now, this is the one place that it can descend.
Well, how with it then? How do we wreck the thing?
At Terra's current level of technology, there is nothing we can do. The only good news is that it is not yet fully descended.
Have you figured something out, Logos?
The drop of blood that the vampire possesses, the one he calls the blood of Tikaz, it is still fulfilling its duty. The reason why Amnanam is able to leap across millennia and descend once more is because of his prayer. The blood's master has fallen, but the connecting veins hold steady. If we are to prevent the re-emergence of Amnanam on this land, we must break the vampire's curse, quelling the hatred that resides in this drop of blood.
I think I can give it a try.
I was blighted in the battle with the vampire, and its influence on me has not yet waned. By virtue of this, I am able to sense where the blood of Tikaz is. It is at the rear of the Naxir army. It will likely be protected in a Confessori's altar and heavily guarded. The amount of time required to break through the entire Naxir defensive line would be too much.
We could cross the Red Bay Mountains,
bypassing most of the war zone. Taking that route carries a similar risk to storming the battlefield. Our observational reports indicate that the Red Main Mountains have been completely transformed by Omnam's influence. They are now blanketed in active Originium. I need not remind you of its extreme danger. But it might be possible. Shani has gone ahead to seek out Kui Satsaraj, and if things go well for her, she will be able to come to our aid.
I support the doctor's decision. It's the plan that saves us the most time. If we keep delaying until the Omnanam Dr. Halstead speaks of completes its descent and is used by Teresis as a weapon, then we will have lost any chance we might have had to turn the tide. Even if there are risks, we must forge ahead. I'll need your help, W. Need some hands to guard this pile of bones, right, Bunny? Right. This skeleton is crucial to our next operation. Besides, Hodor needs it too.
There's no doubt that the Military Commission has been watching us ever since we crashed. The way I see it, it makes no sense to hand back something we fought so hard to steal in the first place. Give me a time frame. The time now is 1800. 3 days. The surrounding terrain has been completely transformed. We will need to pass through a wasteland filled with unknown dangers. Given also the fact that battles will be inevitable in our journey, estimate at least 3 days to handle the blood of Tikaz. An immobile skeleton makes for an extremely conspicuous objective. Guarding the site will not necessarily be easier than the raid you carried out on it. I propose that Aslan stay behind and help protect the lifebone. But my job is to stay by your side and keep you safe, Doctor. During the Sanguinarch's attack, it was my error that led to your injury. A dangerous mistake I do not intend on repeating. The lifebone is vital, and Manfred is likely to order an assault. You understand him well. I agree. The Sarkas will be reliant on their commander personally, overseeing the battle and making decisions. If you're able to stem Manfred's advance, then that might relieve pressure on the mercenaries. I will respect your decision.
What about the gang of useless Victorians? Are they going with you?
We will head to the front lines at Silver Rock Bluffs.
Wait, you saying you want to just lead a couple of thousand men, some of whom are civilians who barely held a weapon, straight into battle with the Naxir army?
You have your legend, Sarkaz, and we have ours. We have the size of kings, the blade that can cleave catastrophe in twain. Since the Sarkas have controlled the storm, then it's time that this sword plays its part. You have been contacted by the Duke of Castor. An invitation to be precise. It is as we surmised. Since the Sarkas started their strange doings, the Victorians, or rather, the Ducal Alliance has been heavily hit. Castor, no. Any Grand Duke ought to have figured out exactly the kind of circumstance Victoria has found herself in. We've all seen those altars spewing that red light, or any light for that matter. As it stands, Londinium and all the battlefields surrounding it have become a giant art circle. This is how the Sanguinarch fight. This is how the Sarkaz fight. Not like Lithanian. Not like Ursus. Not like any other nation's tactics that we are familiar with. The Trilby Ashers will have told Caster that all the intelligence they have gathered so far is useless when it comes to Sarkaz tactics. The Size of Kings. No longer will this piece of steel I hold in my hand be merely a leverage to get Caster back to the negotiation table. It will turn the tide of war, bringing true change to the battlefield. None of us knows when the next catastrophe will strike. I don't know what form Caster's Stone of the Sword will take, but no matter if it's a square room on wheels or an odd contraption on an officer's back, I will find it. If we can quiet these storms, then I dare say that the battle will become somewhat more evenly matched. From Sulphur Chasm to the front lines at Silver Rock Bluffs, it will take you 2 days, even if you follow the road that the Dukes have cleared from the westbound forest to Gibsonham. The Duke of Castor would be more than happy to snatch away the Size of Kings, if afforded the opportunity. It will allow her to lead the Dukes in this difficult war, and move her one step closer to the throne. And she will not be the only one attempting to do so. I'm aware. The Duke of Windermere has died in combat, and her troops have retreated from battle. If any other dukes withdraw their forces, the scales of war will be tipped even more against us. The war will drag on. Londinium's restoration will be delayed, and more blood will be shed. For Sarkaz and Victorian alike, this is the battle that will determine our ultimate fate. And as for us, we are the exemplars. Wherever a miracle is needed the most is where we will be. Besides, if this sword really can calm storms, as the legends say, I dare say it would help speed along your journey to Londinium after all this. Closure.
How'd you know I was done with my preparations? To keep things short, your ever-reliable Chief Engineer Closure and her team have come with 7 different plans to get around the comms interference. This equipment of mine has also started analyzing that super catastrophe's trends and impacts. Origin-triggered reactions always leave a trail, no matter how intense they are. Things like dust concentration, activity index, and then there's spread conditions. Well, I'm sorry to say that all these metrics are pretty high, as expected, so we can't tell what's going to happen in the most dangerous regions. But we can deduce which parts of the battlefield are safer, relatively. That is, of course, if we can go deeper into the heart of this battle and obtain more data. Misery's agreed to be our bodyguard, but since you guys are already heading over to where there's most action going on, I figure we might as well tag along. So, can we trouble the exemplars to look after us?
Gladly. We are duty-bound.
Making sure that things don't get any worse for Rhode Island's mission, right, Calcit?
Thank you, Closure. Doctor.
Oh, son of a gun.
I prefer to stay here with the skeleton.
You're serious? You do realize that with the bunny and Closure and the crone's pet gone, I can pretty much do whatever I want, right?
I know you fear for the safety of each and every operator, which makes you hesitant to choose. But the truth is that I need you to come with me. So we can deal with the altar problem? There's no changing what we will face during our final confrontation. Origin has shaped the history of the Sarkaz, just as it will shape the futures of us all. Perhaps you still have misgivings about why Rhodes Island must intervene in this war. I did not have the opportunity to explain in the past, and nor could I give you a precise answer. I have never doubted the dark clouds above the shard concealed some dreadful unknown. Yet when it has revealed itself as now, I still find myself confronted by mixed emotions. I'm not one to explore the subject of fate, especially not yours and mine. But now, fate has reared its head and is coming our way. Calcet. Origin's effects are far beyond any of our comprehension. Are? Even yours? Of course. Dr. Windfall. I hope... No. I believe. I believe that you are still the one who can change everything.
I never had any doubts either. Doctor, I think we should get going now.
All right. Let's go.
Not gonna ask me for a 21 gun salute? Take care, W. Look, little bunny. I'm not like the sheep over there. I'm real hard to kill.
The exemplars are ready.
Glad to hear it, Siege. Remember, everyone, time is of the essence. Every minute, every second on the battlefield, there will be people who are suffering because of Originium.
Our mission is clearer than ever. Stop the spreading of Originium, and stop Omnanom.
Right. And then, we plunge into the darkest depths of the fog.
To Londinium.
We'll bomb that tower and grab Terra's biggest bastard out of the rubble. We'll stop the disaster before us, and any more yet to come.
Nice. Real talk though, how do you pronounce the name? I'm gonna be over here saying, like every single time I say Omnanom, I'm just thinking like Omnom Nom. Is that how you pronounce it? Well, thank you, Dolly. Welcome in, Dolly. Thank you, Dolly. What's this, spare parts? Let me do the Dolly. Welcome on in. Nom the nom. It's so goofy though. It just makes me think of just om nom nom. Exactly. Like just eating something. Which I guess if you want to be like if you want to like read deeper into it, which is a joke at this point, but like you can be like, oh well, it's called om nom nom because like Originium eats the entire world, man. It's like that. Like obviously it's not that, but it also makes me think of there's a Hearthstone card called Agamagan. No, it's called Agamagon, excuse me. But like I heard it read as Agamagan one time, and so I read it as Agamagan, even though it's supposed to be pronounced Agnomenon or something like that. And so that's why I'm like thinking like, is this an Agamagan situation? I like the Noxier King though, mostly because I like the voice that I gave him like forever ago, back when this chapter first started, or this act first started. I don't know why he's got like Eastern European to Middle Eastern like vibe in his voice to me, which I think is a fun one to do. It's a different one. The Titan Eggnog Man. That's Santa Claus actually, Eggnog Man. Special Environment Adaptive Ops, aka the CO. Learn to fight in extreme Originium conditions. Good, because I didn't know how to do that before. I do think it's weird sometimes when it's like, we're gonna introduce the thing in the challenge mode before you actually do it. Which you could argue like, oh, hey, so you're supposed to do it on standard first. No, they gave me the option to do it on 3 first. I'm gonna do it on 3 first. That's on them. Beautiful. He was a Kiwi. Happy Tuesday, welcome in. We're in here, we're doing this. Eggnog Man was a Christmas-themed superhero. Is Santa not a Christmas-themed superhero when you think about it, though, Dolly? You don't know his true identity. He wears a costume. It just fits.
I don't feel so good. There's a lot of activated Originium here.
That's because you're in an area contaminated by Originium pollution. These are common on battlefields in the outskirts of Londinium. Operators deployed in them will take continuous damage and have reduced recovery. Try to avoid them when deploying. Yeah, that's a skill issue, Jessica. Come on. What's this? Oh, is this a thing I can use to, like, stop things? What is this, actually? This wasn't in the last one.
What's that storm in the distance? It looks like it's heading towards us.
That's an active Originium storm, conjured by the enemy arts. It has the same effect as Originium pollution, but even stronger.
Active Originium storm? Why is it headed our way?
It seemed to be drawn to the Withered Altar. That wasn't there before, was it? That wasn't in the last level, I mean, though, was it?
The storm expanded.
Correct. It grows stronger when it absorbs the active origin in its path. Oh. Ew. That ain't good. That's why it was so big near the end. That makes sense. We're in real danger here, instructor. How do we deal with this? Calm down, Jessica. We can deploy a new withered altar in another direction to draw it away from us. Once placed, we'll have to deploy an active... Once placed, we'll have to deploy an operator to activate it, too.
Leads me, Instructor Domin. High-risk jobs are my specialty.
Oh, they gotta break it open. They gotta unbox it. It's weird that I can't click on these. Wait, what? Fuck it up, Shaw? That's interesting, actually. Huh. I guess the good thing about this then is that it took the active originium so they can actually like do things here. Like there's a thing you can do gameplay wise then, like if you like have it come, suck everything up, and then have it go away. But I assume once this touches this, it breaks it, and then we'll start going for the only one left, which is like that's the balance, the push and pull of things, right? Right? I guess not. Never mind. That's easier as a thing then, but I am a little disappointed because it would have felt like there would be something missing where like Doberman was like, it's now absorbed the other one. It will start coming back our way, and then it's like, oh god, what do we do? And then she would be like, you see, the importance of learning the push and pull of the active originium is the true key to the battlefield. Now, Doctor, I leave the rest in your capable hands. And then it like plays out. Like I don't know why I didn't do that. Again, much easier mechanic, but I just think it's goofy. 14-3. Hammer and Anvil vanquished. Hold on, before I do that, take a big sip. We have done one battle in 1 hour and 47 minutes. Technically 2 if you got the tutorial. But like this is a we got words today. (14-3). Hammer and Anvil vanquished. Here, we wage war on death. 4 tiles on the battlefield are no longer available for deployment. Hope it's not these 4. Hope it's not these 4. Ooh. Yikers. I would not be surprised if it was longer because this is supposed to be like the end-all be-all chapter, but still. Yikers. That should be good. "13 hours into the operation. The further we go, the more dire the situation becomes. Freshly rent canyons. Oh, like rended, like rent, like to rend something apart. Rent as in past tense. I get it. I thought they meant like rent it out, like an apartment. Freshly rent canyons, diverted rivers, pathways that withstood the weight of great nomadic cities, now torn, distorted, warped beyond recognition. The maps of the past are now no more than scrap paper. Every trail must be charted anew. There is no doubt that the blood of Tikaz lies this way, though. Our bond yet hums. The closer we get to the heart of the battlefield, the higher the rate of that originium integrates with all information. The rocks, the soil, the waters, the peoples. Originium's influence has its clutch around virtually everything on Terra. Yet perhaps we have long forgotten the fundamental principles on how it works. This is what I'm excited about. I want more of this. And I'm just, like, I know that at least, like, a third of this is gonna, like, rely on, like, Siege and the Dukes of Castor, and... I just want Calcit to talk to me. Can they just make this entire chapter just Calcit explaining things to me? What did you mean by information just now, Calcit? Perhaps you shall find out rather soon, Doctor. Don't tease me. Or maybe
No. Never mind. Objectively speaking, this origin-contaminated terrain does give a tactical advantage to Teresa's military operations. In contrast, the Victorian front is all but shattered. But this level of originium activity still pales in comparison to the catastrophe strike earlier. Teresa will never use originium so recklessly just to gain a slight tactical advantage. This much I know of him. He knows the consequences.
Sounds like we're in for a difficult journey. I don't know how you can unironically not want Calcet to yap. Every time she's on screen, I'm like, yes, go off, queen. You know what you're talking about. You have like thoughts and ideas. You have like dreams and hopes, and you might not be sharing them with me, but like you have goal and purpose in this story that I'm actively working towards. That's my daughter there after all, and this is my other daughter. Like, of course I want Calcet to yap. Yo, what's up, Harmonaka? Happy Tuesday, welcome on in. Considering catastrophes are something that happens naturally, how useful are maps really? I mean, maps are still useful. Like, catastrophes could happen and, like, mess up a map, but, like, a map could still be good for, like, months, maybe years even, before anything happens. Santa Claus's real identity is theoretically St. Nicholas. I had to look at it. Ooh, shh. Vidali. I guess it's not a secret identity. It's like Iron Man versus, what is it? Iron Man and, Tony Stark, right? Santa Claus and St. Nicholas. And even though some people know it, like, I think it's rude to talk about Santa Claus's secret identity, even if it's not so secret. I respect Santa Claus's kayfabe. Calcit dubbed the IRL lore book when they pay. Get a Calcit audiobook.
There's a vehicle heading this way.
Halt. The truck shudders to a stop as several familiar faces hop off. I had a feeling it'd be them.
Master Banshee and the King of Sarkaz.
I told you we shouldn't have taken this road. We can't run away now.
Well, it's not like they're the bad guys. Weren't you supposed to stay at the Lifebone?
I'll be honest here. Master Banshee, Your Highness, we were scared. Terrified. Having to stay inside that skeleton, not knowing who or what might come run over the hills to attack us. So we ran. I know that desertion is a crime, but we were never going to be of any use. Were we? So I beseech you, my lord, Your Highness, please don't execute us. We'll happily take the whip instead, however many lashings you want.
I'm not going to execute you, and I never demanded that you fight for me. If you want to go, then you may go.
Oh, thank you so much, Your Highness. You're wise and merciful, and
Can we three go along with you?
Shh, say no more. Her Highness has already done us an incredible kindness by sparing our lives, and you would still demand more of her?
Don't be a fool, Shopkeep. How much of a chance do you think the three of us and that broken truck's got? We'd probably get blown up by a bomb, or worse. Your Highness, this is just my humble request, but please get us off this battlefield. I'll give you everything I have. As long as these two live, I'll swear my undying fealty to you. No, that's not the issue here. If you were to follow us, I'm sorry to say that it would be just as dangerous. What do you think we should do, Doctor?
What did I think we should do? The ride's not that honestly, yeah, comedy of the ride, sure. Perfect.
Doctor, do you really want to do that?
I mean, not really, but fate has decreed for me. My bad.
I see. You're just trying to liven the mood.
I mean, honestly, I think that's not a bad idea. Well, no, because they probably needed to like get away and not be on the battlefield. Sure, whatever.
Very well then. Driver, we can travel together for a while. After we pass through the war zone, you should leave Victoria once and for all.
Thank you.
My deepest gratitude. And please, use our transport. It should carry us far enough.
Okay, King of Sarkaz. You're a most magnanimous soul, and I truly do not know how we could repay this kindness of yours.
The coin.
Huh?
The coin I gave you.
I completely forgot about that. I think I didn't drop it.
Here, for you, my lord. I was wrong to beg it for of you. It was my honor to serve, Banshee Lord. How could I have expected payment for such a privilege? I think they're scared of you. I hope you don't think me a miser. I need to ensure that they are not imposters. You need not fear. I hold no malice against you. Logos moves his finger, and the coin in his palm vanishes, only to reappear in the shopkeep's hand in a heartbeat. The shopkeep stares, first at the hand capable of quaking the earth and shaking mountains with a single pen stroke, then at the coin in his own hand, and finally back at the deadpan Banshee, unsure how to react. Was that like a magic trick? Oh, how delightful. You are a man of many talents, sire. I better go help driver start the car. Tough crowd, huh? I saw Scout and Outcast demonstrate it several times, but I can never quite get the movements right. It's my lack of skill that made for a lackluster effect. Son of a gun! You a bit of a jokester? Doctor, there are times when I also regret the fact that many of our shared memories have disappeared into the ether. And I suppose the right time never really came up. If we ever find ourselves time to reminisce about this ordeal, perhaps you'll be pleasantly surprised by the anecdotes of your past. But for now, we must go. This dang having me have talking again. Can't believe it. Rudolph has lost mood for the past 2 times. I've tried to improve it. Do I try again? Yes! Because that's what happened with Oguri Cap for me, Harmonica. Like, I started Oguri Cap's training run, career mode, in Uma today. And it was back to back. The first one, arguably my fault. I had her do training at like 40% and she failed it. And then instead of being like, oh, you gotta rest, I picked the one where it's like, you can do it. And then she was like, nope, I can't. And then her mood went down and then she lost some energy, whatever. And then like I went to recreation. I got it back up to like normal or good. Then there was a random event where it went back down to bad. And then I went to recreation. And then there was another random event which went back down to bad. And I was like, okay, that's unfortunate. And then after recreation again, I had to relax at one point, and she relaxed, but it was the bad one where she then did not get as much energy back. And also she got the night owl condition. And then immediately after getting the night owl condition, it procced the event for night owl to activate. And it was just like, what are you doing, Oguri? Why are you throwing so hard? But then at the same time, I had a race right after night owl procced anyway. I had to do the race, and I got first place. So you know what? Oguri's just messed up. Oguri's a sick, twisted bastard, and I'm here for it right now. Had her recreate, and her random thing after that was just losing mood. For real, it just happens. I feel like you can't. You might be able to. I've seen it happen before. Was it the same event or was it a different event? Because if it's a different event, then I would go on the like you can't lose the mood again. I know you can still you can get the same event multiple times, but like I would take those chances. I'd be like, yeah, go back up. Either that or like do just like one recreate or just like hope on it like getting something to like boost her mood. Because like later on in Oguri's run, there was like 3 things in a row where it's like mood is already at great, mood is already at great, mood is already at great. Like back to back goes well. Like it's mood swinging as hell. Also, I like that Logos was basically hinting at the chair race and all that little goofy stuff, right? There's no sound here. The stillness is strange. I can't hear the sound of our breathing or the vehicle's engine. I can't even hear my own heartbeat. Is this some kind of Originium Arts? Could someone have blocked all sounds in the vicinity to conceal themselves? No, Amiya. Listen carefully. It is not that sound has forsaken this place. Instead, there is a great, tremendous roar, so great that it drowns out its lessers. It is the deafening cry of death itself. Look over there! That leaf. A leaf hangs from the lowest branch, its surface tinted with a vibrant yet bizarre color.
like the work of a haphazard artist, or sunlight reflecting off a puddle of grease. Like the vestiges of some arts. It is rotting. Decay unhinges its maw, gnawing at all in its sight, leaving behind only iridescent bite marks. Within a few seconds, the sprightly yet strange coloration spreads across the entire plant, and even onto other brushes. The wet, succulent leaves become drips of foaming liquid, leaving behind only bare vein networks quivering in the wind. Just like a fin beast skeleton after its flesh has been picked clean, unceremoniously discarded. The wind rises, as if wanting to tear at their skin. It is the sign of an unsatiated beast. The sigh, even. Logos! The marsh! Silver incantations flow forth, plunging into the depths of the marsh. Did you manage to stop it? No. The muffled sounds of water sloshing ripples from the marsh, echoing about in the deathly silence. The sound of a foot pulling from the ooze, then stepping down again. Steadily. Unseen steps churn the muddy water, slopping it to the shore. Prepare for battle! Stay where I can see you, Doctor! Black arts shoot into the marsh, but the burst of sound quickly dies down, as though swallowed up. The sets begin again, their rhythm unchanging, their resolve unyielding. A tattered hymn floats above the surface of the water, as ripples crash into ripples, becoming a chaotic jumble of lines and shapes. Monster. A dazzling beam of light spews forth from Monster's mouth, but the shining lance is lost amidst the dark swamp. The slow sloshing changes. A series of hurried footsteps erupt in the silence, and all lost sounds return once more. A brilliant cacophony, an ear-splitting din. Yeah, I haven't seen this guy before. Okay, got it. Death has come for you all. Stay back, you... whatever you are. Look out. Cage. A Sularam. A burial shroud, still wrapped around a corpse. His body has already run away. Conventional attacks will have no real effect. This is a form of witchcraft innate to the Noxihir, or possibly an ancient tradition. Noxihirs devour life to nourish their bodies, but all bodies have an end. Once at the cusp of that end, powerful Noxihirs will nourish weaker ones with their flesh, gaining unfathomable speed and strength in return, alongside witchcraft energy that no ordinary body could bear. In doing so, they become even more powerful creatures, while their nourishment allows the Noxihir society to sustain and grow. Just as fallen leaves nourish the land, and the land supports new lives. An endless cycle. Flood. The muddy waters of the swamp rise swiftly, like a curtain, immersing the Noxihir up to his torso. At the same time, incantations wind and weave their way around the group, holding back the rot's incessant bite. Over there! Quick! We'll head into the forest. Don't step in the mud. With the swamp rising, or perhaps the mist sinking, the dark ground becomes a gaping mouth, trying to engulf all. The group struggles through the mire, each breath growing more labored. A singular thought seizes the collective mind. Living is a tedious and futile effort compared to the peaceful, eternal slumber that awaits if they simply turned around and embraced death. Monster,
Protect the doctor. He's here! The only sound they can hear is the whistling of the corroded blade as it swings down. The Noxahir, the one who walks alongside death, has arrived before them. Did Monster also feel the pain? All life withers before his arts. If we are caught in the Noxahir's witchcraft, our life force will be sapped to become its nourishment. He's fast! Did he come from the mud or drop from a tree? Either is possible. From life to death, from blossom to wither, they draw upon the entire life cycle, turning it into seeds that produce new Noxahirs. I can feel it. The unending flow of witchcraft energy flooding towards us. And not just from the enemy before us, but from the marsh. Amidst the trees. It's everywhere. We have been wrapped in the Noxahir shroud. By his hands, death hangs above our very heads. Only by tearing apart this buried witchcraft can we defeat him. Miner! Am I about to die? He's tired, shopkeep. Here, hold on to me so we don't get separated. Driver, hold on to my hand. Whatever you do, don't fall. She's fading out of consciousness. I can't hold her up much longer. Ordinary healing techniques won't help. Noxahir witchcraft is devouring us all. Leave me. I'll only hold you back. You can let go of us. I know that if it wasn't for us, you and Sir Banshee could fight more easily. No! I promised that I would get you out of this battlefield. We're in this together. Is that so? Good. The scent of blood. It pervades the air. It's Driver and the other's wounds. No. This blood is witchcraft. Uh-huh. As in a vampire? This forest has Noxahirs and vampires? A thin fog of blood floats all around them. This is entirely different from the Prince of Blood's arts they witnessed before. It is subtle, like delicate strands of silk, nearly smothered by the all-encompassing mist of decay around them. But it is these silken strands that slightly stir the stagnant air. Amiya, feel the flow of the wind. I will expose the weave of the shroud and locate its weakest point. Got it! Black arts gather before Amiya's body, condensing into a spear. Logos raises his hand, pointing at the depths of the thick fog. Pierce.
Herald of Death. You resist the spread of rot. But to no avail. In the end, death will claim your corpse.
I have never once doubted that. Disperse. His giant blade falls, sticking into the soil like a gravestone. The Noxahir's shroud flutters and billows. In an instant, his imposing figure disintegrates, leaving behind only several tattered strips of cloth, gently falling to the ground. Is he dead? I can finally breathe. Clack, clack. It's the sound of bone scraping against bone. A withered hand stretches out of the mud. Watch out. It fell apart? Looks like it to me. When'd you become such a badass driver? Shouldn't we keep going, Your Highness? Yes. It's best we leave at once before the Noxahir reawakens and catches up to us again. I wasn't expecting a vampiric art circle here.
It is still working.
Those vampiric arts that suddenly appeared as we were fighting the Sudaram, was it because of the circle?
I'm afraid it's not that simple. I'm sure you're well aware, Amiya, that those arts were cast by a vampire.
Perhaps a descendant of a vampire? I assume that while the Sanguine Arc has been taken off the battlefield, the gifts he bestowed will not so easily fade away. It doesn't matter. I'll do my best to put these corrupted lives to rest, as I've done before. Logos, could you please assist me?
Amiya. The sound becomes ever clearer, coming from behind the bloodstained boulders. It's the sound of limbs dragging across the ground, a sound that they've heard countless times in previous battles. Amiya notices the expression on Logos' face. He looks not at the stone columns, but at Amiya, a trace of emotion flitting across his eyes. It is sorrow. Amiya recognizes it instantly. She has felt sorrow countless times since the war began, sometimes from an enemy, but mostly from her companions.
Driver.
Oh no!
Your Highness. When did it happen? Was it while we were fighting the Noxa here?
Yes. When we left the skeleton, I brought along a rock that the Military Commission had ordered us to transport. I thought since it made us stronger before, it might come in handy in a battle. It really did help, right? Never dared to imagine that I could fight alongside you and defeat that strange enemy. You used a blood crystal left behind by a vampire. Did you pierce your body with it? No. That wouldn't have induced such a drastic change. You swallowed some fragments. You willingly accepted Dugareal's blood and arts. I've always had the vampiric bloodline, even though it's pretty faint by now. But I could still sense the Sanguine Arc's call, even if it felt nothing more than like a whisper. I've seen those worms crawl out of Sarkaz corpses before, so there's no need to pity me for not knowing the consequences. Instead of dying in the gutter like a real worm without so much as a yelp, I'd rather accept this power and die on the battlefield. Like a real Sarkaz. This isn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. A few months ago, while driving aimlessly through the wilderness, I heard a broadcast about what was happening in Londinium. And somehow I just drove all the way here. Shopgate says I have read too many stories about knights. That's rubbish. Everyone knows that Kazdal doesn't need knights. I just want to know if there was a real path in life that I could follow. One with a proper end. If I could give some meaning to my life without just wasting it. And then I met you. The path of the King of Sarkaz is the path for me. We fought alongside each other on this path. Like you said, we're in this together. Now, the fighting stopped. At least for now. My buddies are still alive. Your Highness, you can deal with me as you see fit.
Deal with you? What are you all talking about? Driver, why have you become like...
Well, scary, aren't I?
Your Highness, please. I beg you, help her. And Lord Banshee, sire, I humbly return this coin to you. It is the only thing of worth I have.
Witchcraft is the trigger to her condition, not the cause. There is nothing I, Amiya, or even Dr. Kalsic could do to reverse the changes.
Then, what are you gonna do? Don't tell me you're gonna kill her like you killed those red worms.
Stand aside, shopkeep. This was my decision. Your Highness, I heard that in the past. The greatest warriors of the Sarkaz, right before they died, could request that the king grant them a vision. I don't know if I... if I can or not. Amiya raises her hand. Black arts coalesce at her fingertips. A desperate smile emerges on the driver's face as she unconsciously looks at the top of the countess's head, searching for the legendary black crown. My king. What will I see? I just hope it won't be me driving that piece of junk around Kazdel. Driver, can you tell me your name? Your real one. Is this part of the ceremony too? Well, if I knew your name, it'd be a lot easier. Marila. Common name. Marila. Sorry, I never stayed in Kazimiras for long, so my pronunciation might be off. No, it's good. It's been so long since anyone called my name so gently. Ever since my mother died. Marila, I refuse your request. You won't grant me a vision. I suppose. I was never a warrior to begin with. No. That's not it. I refuse to let you die here, by my hand, Marila. You have not become the vampire's creation. Your looks have changed, but I don't sense you becoming any more evil or bloodthirsty. And even if you are showing a bit more of your ancient bloodline, you're still you. You do not deserve punishment, nor should I be the one to give you your honor. But you are the king of Sarkaz. Please, call me Amiya. Miss Marila, I've had my share of worries because your team isn't comprised of Rhodes Island operators. I was thinking earlier about how we could get along with you three, but in truth, it wasn't a problem at all. If you wish to fight alongside us for our common goal, then I welcome you with open arms. The young countess keeps her arms outstretched, her blue eyes blinking. The Sarkaz woman grasps her slender fingers. Despite not feeling much sorrow, 2 rows of scarlet tears still flow down her cheeks. Were you watching Amiya? She's changed a lot these past few years. She's always been a good leader. The core of the vampire's ritual has changed. It is no longer just a tool to amplify the strength of the Sarkaz, nor a simple collector of energy. It is deepening the Sarkaz bloodline's bond with Originium, with Omnanom. The bloodline of Tikaz is playing a role in this somehow. The strength of the Sarkaz bloodlines acts as a direct catalyst to the Originium spread. In turn, the information within Originium empowers the bloodlines, changing their powers and other traits. The effect of these arts seems familiar. Didn't Salus merge a lot of bloodlines? We must be ready. The threat that Omnanom represents may very well be far greater than anything we've expected. I haven't done the actual battle for this stage yet, have I? That's what I thought. It feels like this should go on, like, when we were fighting that dude, right? This feels like a weird spot to have that. I guess because whatever is going to happen after this battle, like, whatever the after story is going to be its own little thing, right? Love it when common / mob people in the spotlight are being heroic, but man, it hurts sometimes. I like it as well. Shoutouts to Spider-Man 2, Raimi's Spider-Man 2, where the New York mob, like protects Spider-Man against Doc Ock. Beautiful moment. I think that's a really good example of just like your everyday common character like doing something. But at the same time, I feel it feels weird. It doesn't feel fully earned right now. Even though we've seen Driver and we've seen, like, Driver didn't actually die and actually like it more because she didn't die, then it makes it more impactful. But because, at first, if she did die, I'd be a little upset with it because, like, you can't just introduce a character and then kill them off in the same story beat, right? Because they got they weren't introduced for the first time, right? But they got reintroduced. And so if they actually had killed Driver off, I'd be like, that's kind of cheap. Like, the idea of just having Driver in here just to kill her in the same act would be very, like, short-sighted of it, and I wouldn't like that. But I do like that it's like, no, you're showing me your bloodline right now, but we accept you still. I like that a lot. That shows how Amiya is changing it as a leader, and there are things you can do with that that could be interesting. Which last bit specifically, Shy Biscus? Because it made sense to me. If you're talking about the idea of, like, the bloodlines coming out, it's basically, like, the idea of... Assuming that's what you're talking about, to me, the idea is that... Okay, so you know how Lupos, right? They were originally wolves, and then they interacted with something, and that turned them into wolf people, right? What are other examples? This is not good, because a lot of my operators are weirdos. Because these are Sarkaz, that doesn't count. Sarkaz doesn't count. Draco, question mark? I guess that's kind of, like, there weren't dragons. This is a dragon person, right? Like, there is the primordial form. Talk of the Catalyst. Yes. I think that kind of goes in with what I was saying. Where it's like, Lup was originally wolves. If I had other characters, I'd be like, oh, cat girls were originally cats, etc., etc. Lumen was originally a fish, for instance. I don't know. Did you know your Lumen was a fish? But, like, the idea with this is that, like, the Sarkaz were all also their primordial forms in some shape or form, and they've become more human over time. And I would think that the blood of T-Kaz, the thing that was, like, the not the MacGuffin, but, like, the end goal, what happened at the end of Chapter 13, where the Sanguine Arc was like, here, this little drop of blood in my body that I've been keeping, this is the blood of the T-Kaz. This is my special boy. This is pure. Go and do stuff. Right? He did that. And I think the blood of the T-Kaz, what that's doing is because it's pure, non-diluted, like, it is the OG of OG blood, right? I think the idea is that goes into the vampiric art circles, and it will, in theory, take the Sarkaz from their current forms and turn them into more of their primordial forms. More to the true T-Kaz beings, possibly. Whether or not that's actually what is supposed to be happening is a whole other story, but that's kind of what I got from it, with the idea of, like, maybe when Ananam comes down, not only is it making a good land for the Sarkaz, or doing whatever he wants to do with the Sarkaz, but also then reverting them back to their primordial, to their true forms, where they have, like, their most power, right? Because that's a very common, we'll say villain trope, right? The idea of, we as a people are now weak. We have become, like, complacent in our ways. We have now, like, we delude ourselves. We shape our bodies in the ways that our compatriots, our other people on this planet look like. We've taken on human more forms. But these are not our true forms. We need to go back to our primordial, bestial forms in order to gain true power, in order to become pure, right? That's just Driver. Someone needs to take that image of Driver with the worms on him and just edit that, like, would you still love me if I was a worm? Get some good upvotes on Zero Sandy memes there. Okay. Sarkaz withered Aegis. Elite guards the Noxir King's legions. The Aegis of hatred and war is a role of ultimate protection and sacrifice. What does it do, though? Does it stop the storm? Also, what for? Oh, these four? Wait, why aren't these... Why could I not deploy? Why would I want to deploy them? Do you think Arknights riding a Stropy, though? It can be. I guess you go here. I mean, obviously, again, there was probably gonna be a different payoff, but right now, the trope that's happening is the bad guy wants to transform the land into something familiar to them. Like I said, this is very Man of Steel, not Superman, Man of Steel, or it's very yeah. What's happening here? I don't get this. I'm scared because something's gonna happen here that's not gonna be good for me.
Forward.
I probably should have this facing left.
Solidify.
Also, yeah, it never said these things can break, but they can be moved. I know that for a fact. So I don't know what I legit don't know what the. Is this just a nice stage? I'm okay with that if it's just a nice stage. I'm happy with that. Don't hear me complaining.
Just who are you weaklings going to stop like that?
Oh, this is a big boy, by the way, though. Ooh, hold on. Is she within range? It looks small. No, she's not. Okay. Okay, this might be scary, actually. Uh-oh. Lapland, hurry. I don't know what the purpose of this is. Oh, no! That's what the purpose of it is! Lapland, no! I didn't realize. I knew you could attack it. I did not put 2 and 2 together that would happen. Oh, shoot. Good luck, Harmonica. Mayano, top goat. Man, something I found out today, and I don't know why. Are you claw machining with Mayano nice? Are you claw machining with Mayano right now? Comma, nice. She was the only one I actually, like, did the claw machine with. No, that's a lie. I did it with one other character. Like, the first time I saw it, and I didn't know what was happening, and I just kind of flubbed it up a little bit. But she was the one that I, like, did it the second time, knowing what would happen, and, like, got it, but... Nice! I like what she says, though. I want to see what the other characters get if you like get 3+ plushies for them as well, because hers was very cute. Oh, this is scary. What's weird though is for some reason my Mayano is a C rank runner, right? I finished Mayano's story. She was C rank, right? I have a D rank gold ship, and I have a D rank, D+ rank Teo. Right, so I have those 3. C rank Mayano Top Gun, D rank Gold Ship, D+ rank Teo. For some reason, and I don't know why this is, but on the auto deploy for my team trial, it wants to put Mayano Top Gun as a sprinter instead of putting her as a long, and it wants to put Teo and Gold Ship as longs instead. And I think the reason why is because Mayano has a D in sprinting and the other 2 don't have it, and I just need another sprinter to fill it out. But like, it's very weird that I have to like. I only have box. Son of a gun. I have Bakshi. I have it's layer 2, right, Harmonica, where you have 2 people now. And so when I did it, it was Bakshin and Mayano Top Gun. Since we're in like week 2 now, I guess, which means that you can have 2 tiers of Uma, which is really cool, actually. I didn't fully understand it, like when on like debut day when I was like playing, I was like, oh, what's going on with this? You're gonna have up to 3 people, and then like I realized like after playing it the last day and a half, 2 days or whatever, I was like, oh, I can see how having 2 to 3 Umas actually is really interesting, because it's 2 to 3 versus 2 to 3, and it's like, ooh. Yeah, I have all the 1 and 2 stars at this point. And yeah, that's what I was thinking, is like I have to just like get a King Halo or something like that as a sprinter. Because I need to just fill out horses, right? Which that's the only sad part, is like a lot of the time I want to just like play the game and not worry about the story. But like I want to like get good horses, so I like need to do a new career, one that I haven't done before. And if I do that, then I have to like sit down and like read the story, which I'm doing with Oguris right now. Which I am very happy with that. Shout out to Arknights story, but like Uma's story being like in very, very easily digestible chunks and still having very good resonance with me as a player. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I'm a sucker, and honestly, a big part of that is that it's so just like one-on-one, you and the character you're training, and so it doesn't need to like worry about like anything else with it. It's just like you and the character. That's it. Like very nice, very easy to like get into. The ship doesn't focus too much on the Victorian caster stuff. Good. I like that. Because I feel like a lot of that is probably, what is that? A lot of that like done in the one event that happened a little bit ago, Key, with Siege Altar. To be fair, Victoria's the Earth Kingdom of Book 3. Hibiscus, you are on par with your Avatar references right now. That's a very specific reference, and I think I understand what you're talking about. Where it's like in Book 2 of Avatar, The Last Airbender, it takes place in the Earth Kingdom, and that's like the big thing. But in like Book 3, they don't care about the Earth Kingdom that much. They're mostly on the Fire Nation at that point. But the Earth Kingdom is still a big player. But like a lot of that's happening in the background, or like it's the consequences of the impacts will happen on it. But like we don't care about that. They're not the main character, which I agree with. That's why I don't like it when it shows me Siege and it shows me Caster and it shows me these damn Dukes. It's like, I don't care about you. I don't care about you right now. Get out of here. I want my daughter to say words to me. Yes, I fully agree with that, Harmonica. That is like the biggest hurdle that I think is in Arknights right now, and I don't think they'll change that with the main story, which is kind of sad. Because I think that's such a hurdle for newer players, I would argue. Because I do genuinely enjoy the story. I even still, like, they make Il Gazano 3, I'm reading that. I don't care how long it is, I'm reading that, because I'm a legitimate fan of that story. I legitimately like those characters, Lapland and Texas and Penance and Vigil, and I like what they're doing 100%. But, like, it is so drawn out sometimes in ways that it arguably does not need to be. That is my only major complaint, is that this is more visual novel than it is game, which is arguably fine. Uma Musume is also at its core more visual novel than like game as well, especially when the game in Uma Musume is just hitting a button and getting points for it. But like it's so much more it's dense to a fault. And the other thing is, and this is a very minor nitpick, but like it feels like I see so many QC things that still have not been caught and have not been edited. And I don't know why they don't just go back and like edit things, right? Like reading through Uma, which again, smaller amount of dialogue, smaller amount of text in general, but like I've caught like maybe one like mistranslation or one thing that I was like, that's not right. But like to this day, I keep finding different like flub ups in the Arknights text, and like they've never gone and like edited them, even though I would assume that it's not that hard to like go and just change the text in a game and update it, like push an update at some point for that, which you could argue like, oh, that would take time to go back and do that, but like, yeah, but it would show that you care about the QCing and getting a good product. And I'm a little bit like, come on, do that. That's another one that's just kind of like, what are you doing there? Like, yeah, Yostar or whoever's in like in charge of the actual translation. Like obviously the actual main devs who speak not Mandarin Chinese, because it would be Hong Kong, so it'd be Cantonese, presumably. Possibly they know both. They might know Cantonese and Mandarin. The devs who speak Chinese, the translation is not on them. But I still think that like the publisher of the EN version of the game should also like come on, work on that. That is a good point. That is an actually really good point, though, Ben, that obviously the devs who make the game and the people who translate the game are different entities, but still. I just put some effort into it. EN publisher. There's one better version in the cutting from. Yes, I would agree with that, Kiwi. It's because it's really interesting to like watch something. This is unrelated to Arknights, but the idea of like cutting room floor stuff is really interesting. Series 19 of Taskmaster just finished, which if you don't know, I've talked about it before. It's a very fun British variety show. And after it was finished, I on their YouTube channel they have outtakes, right? And I thought that was really interesting. Is that like I thought Series 19 of Taskmaster was brilliant. I actually really liked it. Jason Mantzoukas, absolutely god awful American representation, in like the best way though, because I was rooting for him the entire time. Beautiful, very fun. Matthew, who won the entire thing, well deserved. Like that entire cast for Series 19 was amazing, and that might be one of my favorites. Just because I think they had really good chemistry. And there was like that moment where like Matthew in like the live task like dropped out because the other competitor had like made a mistake. Like class act crew. But like my point for this is that there were outtakes on their YouTube channel, and the idea in those outtakes is like there were just so many other things that were cut for time, right? Like there was an entire bit that was cut that they even mentioned during it, like oh, they can't cut this now because if they cut this they'll have to remove this entire segment of it, and that was fully on the cutting room floor for conciseness, because they wanted to get a 45-minute episode in, and they couldn't have an entire like segment about Greg Davis and Jason Mantzoukas talking about what was it, their getaway sticks, going to New York City, wearing big trousers in New York City. They couldn't do that, so they cut like an entire 6-minute segment over like 2 different parts. And Greg Davis at one point even said like they can't cut this now, and they cut that. And I don't think that had any impact because the overall thing was still really good. And as a bonus, you just get that as a little like outtake, right? But the point being that like sometimes it is good to cut things for length, even if it does remove some bits. But especially in like a game like this, you can cut things for length and then add them in at other places as well to make it like what's the word? Like you give your players a little bit of a tasting, and if they want more, they can go delve deeper into the lore and find it, right? Arknights kind of already does that in a way where it's like you can read the story and then you can like go, if you're like, oh, I want the operator lore, you can go to the operator notes, right? Or if you want the you can like go to the web events, you can read the manga and all that stuff. And they could like cut the main story down, because that is the main like the thing you're supposed to be going here for. They could cut that down, like put that into like other segments, which they kind of do in some ways with like chapter 13 has the or chapter 12 and 11 also had them where you had like you could click on the things and you could like read a little like, oh, this is someone's picture, and that has like lore there. But yeah, that's I still think that's like the biggest hurdle with Arknights in general, is just the density of the story for not as much payoff as you could get for how dense it is. Because they've done shorter plots that stick with me a lot better than some of the longer plots, because the longer plots just keep dragging on. Oh, thank you, Kiwi. Good job, spare parts. PC client can't come soon enough. I didn't even think about that. That's announced, right? I assume that's probably going to come out like with Infield for some reason, but that'd be fun. I legitimately forgot that this game didn't have a PC client. I just treat LD Player as my PC client, but that's a really good point. I mean, I don't even know what that would do, because I think the game is already perfect for PC anyway, but like, yeah, just having an official version would be kind of nice. Arknights doesn't take advantage of being in a VN enough. Feels most like a book that gets ported into a VN. A little bit as well. What do you mean exactly by that though, Q? I'm a little bit more interested. Because like I haven't played enough VNs to know what the exact difference is. I think it does well enough. From the VNs that I played, this feels close to it, but obviously this doesn't have as much agency as some VNs would be. So if you're talking about that specifically, yeah. But this is very on par with a lot of like gacha game stories where it is just kind of books with like some flair on it. God's fast as my auto top gun. She's at S rank with like 4 races left. Nice. I have not gotten anyone to S rank still. Like speed, I don't think. Maybe my Baksheen actually. Or was my Baksheen only A? I'd have to like go up and look. Oh my god, my auto top gun has 2 my auto top guns. The greed of owning oneself. Hold on, did I post a picture of my Baksheen when I finally won the UMA? I know we're supposed to be playing a game right now, but hold on. The horses are more important. There's me. There's my Mayano holding my Mayanos. There's my Bakshin. My Bakshin was only A speed, so I still have not gotten an S speed on anything because everything else is like spinning like between strength and power and stamina, right? Completely unrelated. Like an anime. Yes, honestly, Ben, that's a really good point, by the way. I think Arknights is a great anime. Arknights Burned in Ember or whatever is out now, by the way. It's coming out. We'll do a watch along once everything is out and like at the end of the season. But yes, like Arknights, I think as an anime is perfect because it cuts it down and it says, okay, you have 12 episodes to tell your main story. And like because right now, if in my head, let's think about what we have right now. Act 0 through 4 was one season. Or, yeah, chapter 0 through 4 was one season. Half of Act 1, chapters, 5 and 6 were one season. And then the other half of Act 1, 7 and 8, were another season. That works. Like think of, and obviously the word counts are different. Like, you could argue that the density is different. But, like, how many seasons would you have to, have to cover all of Act 2 at this point? 3? If you want to, cover everything? But realistically, you only need 2. If you really want to push, you can only have 1. But honestly, it'd be like a one season, 24 episodes would be perfect for it, or 2 seasons would be perfect for it. But if you were to include everything in this game, everything in Act 2 right now, you'd be at not Legend of the Galactic Heroes, but you'd be at like a 48 plus episodes. But I don't think it needs that much. That is a little bit true, that the anime, I think, seasons 1 and 2 were 8 episodes, right? Did they confirm if season 3 is 8 or 12 episodes? Yeah, I thought they confirmed it was 12. Or was that I just spitballing for that one? Yeah, maybe make it a little bit longer, obviously, but the idea of what you do when it comes to Act 2 with how large and I would argue at points very unwieldy it is. And I think a lot of that is just because of descriptions in some cases where because you're translating it from a mostly written to a book form into an anime form, it can be a lot different. You can have so much more dynamicism. Is that a word? Dynamicism? That doesn't sound like a word. You can have a lot more dynamic stuff going on, and you can do a lot more by showing, not telling. Which is that's an unfortunate issue with a book, is that it's hard to do show, not tell in a book. I'm more of a visual creature, so that's part of why it's a little bit I would like that a little bit, but dynamicism I think is a word, but I feel like I'm saying it wrong. It sounds weird when I say it. Here's 10 episodes this season. See, that'd be nice. 10 episodes I think is perfect for maybe not for this one. Maybe not for Act, because it has to do 7 and 8. If it's 10 episodes for 7 and 8, honestly, chapter 7 feels like nothing happens in it, though. So you can do that for 3 episodes. Maybe 4 if you really want to do something. But honestly, chapter 7 feels like it's mostly just, it's very backloaded with them fighting Patriot. And honestly, they only do fight Patriot once. So I guess you could do lore with Patriot, and there's probably gonna be a flashback episode with Patriot and Frost Nova at some point. You get your setup. You have the Chin stuff at the very beginning. You have them go to Chernobog. You have them meet with Guard. You have a flashback episode with Frost Nova and Patriot. Then you have one episode that's just fully the confrontation with Patriot. Also, at some point, you have them fighting Faust, because I always forget that Faust is in Chernobog, and that's where the Doctor fights at the time, and you see the sarcophagus. And then you go into chapter 8, and you just do flashback of yes, this is a tangent. Don't worry about it. You have a bunch of flashbacks with Tallulah, and then you have their final confrontation with Tallulah. Because, honestly, at its core, chapter 7 and 8 is they go to Chernobog, they fight Patriot, they stay in Chernobog, they fight Tallulah. And it's just really, really long extended sequences of them doing that, kind of, with some interspersed between them. I guess they're going between the little buildings, right? There's an entire insurgency happening where everyone's fighting. You have there's Radian. I think Radian shows up at one point. What? Doesn't Radiant show up at some point? Or not Radiant, who's the other one? Who's the motherly looking one that has like the other comms operator? That one. She shows up at one point. That's what all the flashback with Tallulah was Ben. That's what I was saying for that one. Mantra, yeah, I think that's her name. That sounds right. Did I get smacked because I wasn't talking about your Mayana Top Gun harmonica? Or did I get smacked because your harmonica because your Mayana Top Gun lost at the very end? Hopefully not the second one. And a lot of exposition feels clunky on VN form. Like the description is being read in one chunk instead of small chunks for VN form. Yes. It's little things, even like a more notable sprite changing during the dialogue. They've gotten better with that, Kiwi. Because I noticed that with Cal Sit specifically right now, where I don't know if she had a lot of sprites before, but she got a lot more sprites. Because she has a sprite where she's looking forward, and then she also has one where she's like looking to the side, and it's very like coquettish, and I was like, oh, I kind of like that. That's cute. They're getting better with it, with having more sprites. But I would agree with that as well, where like having some movement there. Because a lot of them have just the one pose too, which is mostly just you have a lot of characters. Commissioning artists for different poses can also be expensive, arguably, but like that actually be a decent one. Because a lot of the differences for characters is usually like the expression on their face and maybe if they're holding their weapon or not. But like having them like actually in different like poses would be kind of fun. As a, like having like the Sanguine have like 3 different poses for like when he's like being normal, when he's like doing his like I am the blood of the Tikaz is mine. Like having dynamicism that actually would be really interesting. That is something that is missing that I haven't fully thought about before, but now that you mentioned it, I will not see that now. Yes, Saga has the normal one, and she has the one where she's like holding her rice or whatever. Like she's like hunched over, like, oh, like you found me. Just need to hit something. Mino just croaked. That's what I figured. Yeah, I was getting hit as not as like because it was my fault, but just because like it. Whenever you're at the racetrack and your horse loses, and you just gotta like you're just like ah. Actually, cooked. I read this croaked. Hold on. What? I'll need to check her stats to see if she's triple crown or something. What? Why would you hit me if she won? Wait. Congratulations, Harmonica. Are you in the Euro yet, or you have to do the Yuri McKinnon still? Problem with that is Arknights has 400 playable ops, not even counting NPCs, so multiple poses are going to cost them. I mean, they could just not make as many ops. And they could also not every single op is important, right? For like Utage, I like Utage a lot. Utage shows up in like one story. But for like Amiya or Calcit or the Doctor or any of like the characters that are showing up in the main story a lot, like commission that. Any of the like dragons, and they usually do that where they'll go and add, like they'll commission some extra things like later on for characters if they become a little bit more relevant into the story. But like for like add some stuff in for Calcit. I don't know. I'm in the finals now. We'll qualify for it. Nice. Good luck, Harmonica. Okay, I think that's the extent of my tangent I want to go on. I don't know what we got from that, but I think it was good. She's gonna get. You don't know that, Harmonica. Believe in yourself. You're like 3 CG per chapter. I think doubling all sprites is quite the jump. When you say CG, you mean like the full splash art stuff? They're doing, again, they've done better with that. Like there is because I you know in chapter 13 there were quite a bit that I was like, wow, that's really impressive. Wow, that's really nice. So they're doing better with it. I did ask before why there aren't using the E2 poses for battle scenes. Yes, you've said that before. And I agree with that, right? Where it's like you are commissioning multiple poses already. And like you could just ask the artist that you're commissioning to like cut out the background and like just get a basic like just the character themselves there, which some of them in all honesty they're probably not that good to use as talking sprites, right? Like cuz like sometimes if someone's in like if something looks dynamic as a pose, it might not always look like appropriate in like a VN-esque setting technically, but Well, I think that's a that's an outlier. The terrifying ghost man is an outlier, especially when you consider literally every other Silver Ash skin. I still don't understand that one. But like they definitely have the resources to like do something a little bit more. It was up, you. Good morning, happy Tuesday/Wednesday. Welcome in. You missed a full little tangent there, but we're back on it. We're now 23 hours into the operation, 23 hours into the tangent. Harmonica's Maiona, Top Gun is winning. We loved the worm just now, or we saved a worm. We didn't love the worm. We love the worm, generally speaking, though. What else happened? There was poison, not poison, originium. My daughter is talking too. Cal sits back. Thumbs up. She's in third and I have no resets. That means she's out of stamina. Ooh. F in chat for Harmonica. This is my own Top Gun. Yeah, this is you didn't miss the war. Technically the war has just started. Driver is a worm, and then the route ahead has been cleared. No, I can do scouting the Sarkaz army's movements. I haven't found any trace of them yet. Thank you, Misery. Can you just set up those sentry posts? Morgan, found any surviving Victorian soldiers where you're at? I'm afraid not. Nothing but originium crystals here. We haven't run into any Victorian troops, corpses, or wrecks since we entered the westbound forest. Damn it! We can tell there's been a bloody huge battle, so where have all the people gone? The terrain here keeps changing. Maybe the ground ate them all up. We cannot underestimate the tenacity of the people. It is only because there are those who refuse to give up that the exemplars even exist. It's why we're here in the first place. Sheer, keep the medics ready to receive any army remnants and civilians. We got extra supplies, so no need to worry on that front. The bad news is that, with so many infected among our troops now, it's almost impossible to distinguish between infected and uninfected soldiers. I'd like your professional opinion on that matter. Would registering the infected help our men or not? Funny you should ask. Registering the infected. That might have been the first thing they taught me at the military academy. But where we stand now, I'd say there's no real sense to it. I see. Then let's stop registering them. Just try your best to provide everyone, infected or not, with Rhodes Island's recommended protective measures. The rest is not up to us anymore. At least not for now. Let's all focus on surviving this war first. Then we can worry about the wars to come. I was wondering what that was for a second. I was like, wait, what was that up there? It was Rock Rush drone for like a split second. Oh, my drone's back. Her drone looks like the USS Enterprise a little bit. Just a little bit, because it has the big saucer section. But it's like if you flip the backside around, like you flip this out here, it'd be like the nacelles. It'd be like the body of the ship with the nacelles. It's a little Enterprise-y. How awful. The entire propulsion system has been clotted by the crystal dust. Based on monitor data, environmental originium concentration is still fluctuating wildly. Send me that data you just got, Rock. We got a new iteration of our originium activation trend model, and I want to see if our calculations fit real-world data. Looks like there's still not enough data to do that. The trend of this curve. Let's wait for Victor's team to finish off that diffractometer analysis report. Then we should be able to calculate the safe areas in real time. This place freaks me out. It's like 1 minute it's deadly quiet. The next there's some terrifying originium mountain pushing its way up out of the dirt. Safe areas keep changing. Although we've managed to reestablish short-range comms after working our ass off. So if you go even a step out of range, all that interference will just get in the way again.
I think I planned ahead and asked Radiant for her arts unit before we left for Londinium. After a little copy and paste, I made a knockoff version. It's not as good as the real deal, but it should help. Hey, Radiant! Also, that is a good point, that it's spinning. I kind of noticed that at the end. It's like, oh wait, that's not just a normal saucer. That's actually just a propeller blade spinning. But like, still, if you like squint your eyes and like look at it like quickly, like, and shake your head, and it's like it's like Tuesday, July 7th at like 11 o'clock, and you're like a little tired, and you've been drinking some tea, and like you weren't paying that much attention. It would kind of look like that, right? Once we got these portable communication towers set up, we'll be able to transmit the locations of the safe areas to anyone on the battlefield who needs them. This information will save many lives. Well, yeah, that's what Rhodes Island does. Horn, status update. We've successfully stationed at Gibsonham. It's the last supply point before we reach the front at Silver Rock Bluffs. The reconnaissance team's already made their initial scouting report. Looks like there are traces of the Ducal armies here. Must have passed through on the way to the front a few days ago. I think we can confirm at this point that the route Trilby Asher provided is safe. Is there anyone in town? The streets are empty, but I can sense the flicker of shadows and the smell of food. We decided against contact to avoid unneeded misunderstandings. Understood. We'll rendezvous with you as soon as we can. It's getting dark. Seems like everything's going smoothly. Best we let our fighters get some rest and some hot soup in them. Remember to save some for my team. They'll be taking a while longer to get back after their work is done. Rocker and I still have to head over to Feist. I'm not sure if we'll be able to double your communication range by nightfall, but we'll do our best to finish ASAP. No need to worry. We'll save the best for your people. It's all just the same canned provisions though, right? Would you like some engine oil for dressing them? Oi! All units, continue onwards until you reach Gibsonham. I hope things can be as peaceful tonight as things are now. All the houses seem to be empty. Have the residents gone into hiding? Gibsonham's not far from the Duke's defense line, so I doubt the Sark has ever captured it. Fully, at least. Not to mention that the Ducal armies just passed through a few days ago. Horn's caution is warranted, though. There might be some scattered Ducal troops who want to reconvene with the main army and decide to camp out here first. Although Trilby Asher is helping us out with his advice, Victoria's never exactly been a model of unity. Not to mention the complicated nature of the exemplars. I dare say there are a few old-fashioned military nobles who would rather not tolerate our very existence. I see. Then let's show them the full scale of our forces. It'll deter those with ulterior motives and alert anyone who needs our help, or who needs our help of our survival. The rumbling of traveling tanks reverberates through the quiet night. The low roar of the engines, forceful yet steady. The soldiers cautiously advance, observing their surroundings, but still, all they see are pitch black windows and doorways. It doesn't look like they want It doesn't look like they want to make first contact. That's fine, as long as it means we can get along. Wait, I hear something. From the building to the front and left. There's a sound of artillery shell casings falling on the ground. An ambush. On your guard, everyone. I'll lead a team to scout ahead. First squad, second squad, follow my lead. There are no signs of life in the abandoned factory. Contrary to expectation, there is no sound of an explosion following the fallen casings. Are you sure that was falling casings, Horn? Absolutely sure. That's a special model only allocated to elite Victorian troops. No traces of anyone living here. Don't move, Siege. Siege carefully puts her foot back down to where it was. Horn points at a thin tripwire, barely visible against the ground. Nicely concealed. What with the surrounding piping obstructing the view. Real tricky to spot. A booby trap. No. It's not linked to any explosives, just a simple alarm system. Based on how they've installed it, I'd say the military. So, should we try to initiate contact? Yes. Everyone get behind us and prepare to engage. Hello! We don't mean you any harm. Our unit's called the... A secret passage. Get ready to enter. Stay behind my shield. Halt! We're not... Help! Together at last. I knocked over some spent ammunition while on watch. How could they have heard from so far away? They avoid your alarm, too. These troops, I don't think they're any ordinary. She can block your piledriver's spear? Captain? And Siege too? It really is you, Fiona. Aww. The lady with long red hair suddenly throws herself into the arms of her captain. See you alive all along! Wonderful. How wonderful! Horn gently releases Bagpipe from her embrace, then claps a hand on her shoulder. Good to see you in one piece, and in rather good shape, too. I'll make my report now, Captain. I've done it. I managed to extract the intelligence on the Spectaforce, and came with the plan and now. I survived. I got my memories. I got the truth. And I stayed alive. Your orders. I never forgot a word of them. Good to hear. I knew you could do it. I always knew. Welcome back, Bagpipe. Wait, you're not. Everyone, we mean you no harm. It's alright to come out. Those little old people, they're so adorable. They had such warm smiles. Oh my god. One by one, silhouettes emerge from the shadows. The elderly, children, the sick and the wounded, civilians. Hundreds of pairs of eyes stare at Siege and her men in fear and curiosity, taking their measure. You're not with the ducal armies? Most of you aren't dressed like Victorian soldiers. In fact, you mostly look like workers to me. That's right. We're not under any of the dukes. We're called the Exemplars. Sheriff's counting up the civilians who were hiding in the factory and giving them a checkup. All I can say at the moment is that it's looking better than we expected. Aside from those infected soldiers under the Duke of Fife, who came along with you, and a small team of military engineers under the Duke of Normandy, everyone else is just local civilians who couldn't escape. The Ducal Alliance armies came through here a few days ago, but they rather give up a chance at being rescued than seek help from the Grand Dukes. It's understandable why the soldiers would avoid them. They're either worried about the status of their infection or worried about a court-martial. But as for the civilians, perhaps this was the year the people living around Londinium got to reassess their country and those decorated higher-ups. Bagpipe, how did you manage to get their trust? Are you listening, Bagpipe? Huh? Oh, aye, Captain. You need to pay attention during tactical meetings. The map's on the wall, not my face. Sorry, Captain. Horn lets out a small sigh. I really shouldn't be asking. You are Fiona, after all. I'm just a wee bit glad. The Exemplars, the Tempest Platoon's predecessors, I guess the rumors were true. I'm actually amazed that you still remember what you learned in military history class. Well, of course. When I was still at training camp, Triangle made sure I committed this fact to memory. Out by the training field, the sycamores were full of leaves, blocking the sun just right. Then, there were the rocks at the top of the cliff. Hot as, well, rocks. Handles sting if you tried to climb them. I remember when Cello and Oboe had a wager on who could complete the rock climbing training course the fastest. The loser had to do 100 one-handed push-ups. Oh, was a right fool. Who would have taken that bet with Cello? Maybe we should have reminded him back then. You were even sitting on his back the whole time he was doing those push-ups. I was just helping him with his training. I'd say it turned out alright in the end, He was just a hair behind Cello the next time. The Exemplars. When the Tempest platoon was first established, nothing was left of this legendary unit from the War of the Four Nations. Not even its unassigned unit ID. But now, it has returned once more to the battlefield. We're all members of the Exemplars now, Bagpipe. As long as our team is still here, we will never stop fighting the good fight. Isn't there a strategy meeting inside? Why are you standing out here in the cold? Just wanted to clear my head for a few minutes. Did you think I was someone else? Baird or... No. Not really. I believe you. If someone suddenly popped out of the fog tonight, I wouldn't have any expectations either. Not everyone is as lucky as Horn, reuniting with the person they most want to see. Luck, huh? That's a luxury around here. That's enough blues for tonight. We should head inside. Wait. Victorian soldiers. Are they the remnants who stay behind? No, they can't be. I never noticed them until they got this close. They're the elite of the elites. Caster's men?
It's positively frigid out here. My hands are frozen. Days truly are getting colder as they go by. Well, I've only taken a little jaunt and my full plaid's already half soaked through. My young friends, won't you invite me inside to warm my hands for a spell? Since you've come on this way in person, I suppose we should show you some courtesy. Delphine.
Yes, Vina?
Let's show the Duke the way. Are we fighting the Duke? I'm gonna be real, I forgot that we already did the story, we already did the mission for that. That's when we did the tangent after we beat the level, right? Let's do one more. Why is this green? It's because it's the higher level material, right? Is Orion a higher level material than blue? Is that right? Really? Hold on. What's the norm? Wait, what? Store. That's what I thought. Okay, it's lower. Why is it? Wait, why is that there then? Why is it not giving whatever the higher one is? Yeah, there's supposed, what? That's why that looked off to me then. Why? Hold on. Certs. Purple. They're giving out blues, which would be oh, hold on. Over here. Why wouldn't they go with a cluster? Why did they go down to the normal Orion there? Oriron. Or iron. Weird. It's like you know something's wrong when you look at it, but you don't know what. Also, I just realized something. I don't think I did my my base stuff today yet. Give me this actually. And I have 307 of those. I have 114 of those. Give me the sugar. Doing pulls. What's the banner right now? I think I'm saving them right. For Dragon Boy? Oh, yo, this. Wait. We did this last week. We don't care about this because we already have Hole. And we already have all of the ones here. And Lynn, I could... Anyone have a list of what the shop ops are? Because I might do that. I'm missing it. I'm not. This isn't everything Harmonica because it's obviously missing like certain newer ones, like the like Kingdom Hearts isn't on here, right? Whatever her name was. But like I'm missing 9 here. I'm also ironically missing exactly 9 here in this banner as well. And I thought that was neat. So I'm missing 18 plus a few other ones. Like I could get Lynn from the store and make this 8 actually. Like yeah, like looking at it, Salish solid, Irene solid, Dorothy, she's really good. I just don't care for her that much comparatively. Pawsey, very good. Minar, very, very good. Lynn, niche, but very good in that niche. Chubai, generally just solid. Enos, very good. Jessica, pretty solid. I think she's like really, really good. But I already have things that kind of fit this niche, so I don't think I need this one as much. But like Minar and Enos are like the big two that like if I get one of these two, that'd be really, really nice. I can roll for like, cause what is the banner? It's gonna be how many yellows do I have? I have 2. Cause it's cause there's no way I can get enough to like spark for Nean, which would be well honestly what I want off that banner more than anything. Shubai and Enos will be in the shop in like a few months. Ooh, so the question is, do I try to save for Enos in the shop instead of getting Lin then? Saving it for Monster. Oh, that's true. That's who I'd be saving up for. It'd be for Monster. And Monster would be coming up a lot quicker than... I actually know nothing about Monster, and no one tell me anything about Monster still. I actually don't want to know anything about their gameplay yet. I don't even know what they are. Like if they're a caster or a healer or what. I don't know nothing. I don't want to know nothing yet. Ooh, that's a good point though. Kind of want to save it. At the same time, though, I do like my dragons. I have 2 of them. I have 2 old dragons. There's that one, and the other one is like down here. I E2'd her at one point. I had to E2 her for like a level or for like some mission at some point. I remember. Monster's pretty good. All I need to know. Monster is my daughter's possible daughter. That's all I needed to know. It's for August. It's not too far away. Sage is worth from there. That tracks, yeah. Pretty sure Shubai is like in the next few banners. Probably the next one up for shop debut. Probably because she would be. It tracks with her being. She's from Chong's event, right? If memory serves. Or no, she was right after Chong's event. And it's been 2 years since Chong's event, so yeah, she'd be in the shop. 2 years since the event that was right after Chong's event. Because she had her own like little mini event that did I even do that event? Hold on. I definitely didn't read the event, but did I do the event? Is it even in here? It would be. It's no, was it an event or was it a yeah, was it just one of these things? An intelligence? That would explain it. Yeah, Death and She's that's the one. That's why it's also vague in my head. Because I was like, why would they make her an entire event right after she gets introduced? They didn't. That's also why I probably just did those levels and was like, done. Still have not done the base yet, actually. The like main thing I wanted to do. I think I just go for the spark, not for spark. I go for the guarantee 5-star on this. If I get lucky, I get lucky. If I don't, whatever. And I'm probably gonna end up doing something similar for the dragons, but we'll see. Because obviously with the dragons, that comes the free daily pulls. Whoops. 4 days. 5, 6, 3, 7 at 5 days. 1. What's a 6? 3 and 6. By the way, I've said this before. Why did they nerf this screen? It's so much worse. Actually, this is great. I can clearly see what's going on here, but like everything else, it's very hard to see. This one's decently fine to see, but like, just I'm not a fan of like why they would have changed it. Like this one's impossible for me to see, honestly. So I just like looking for someone that has exactly one of these missing. And like if looking at this one, I think they're missing everything up here, but it's hard to tell, right? I think they are just missing everything up here. I think they have everything down here. Okay, here's the question down here. Ben, what are you missing? Are you only missing 6? Because it looks like you're only missing 6, but I don't know. You're gonna have it. Who needs a 3? Perfect. I don't think they were only missing a 3, but I was just gonna give the first one that had a 3. Ave Mujica? What does that mean, Lahais? I don't speak Latin. That doesn't make me think of a joke, which this will take some explaining. Because Mujica, I guess that's music, right? But like Mujica makes me think of Maguka, which is the Madoka Magica, but like as like the poorly drawn MS Paint version of it, right? Madoka, yeah, Maguka. The reason I was thinking about that today because I started watching Apothecary Diaries, and I really enjoy it. It didn't blow me away like Furin did with the first episode, but overall I think this is a very comfy show that I can like see myself getting into a lot. I really like Mao Mao. I like her voice a lot, actually, more than anything as well, where it sounds harsh almost in some ways. It sounds harsh. It's a little bit nasally at sometimes. Like I really liked her voice, and so I like looked up who the voice actress was. Because it was like, is this someone new? Like this doesn't sound like a normal voice. I wonder whose voice actress this is. It's fucking Aoi Yuki. It's fucking Madoka is her voice actress, and it doesn't sound similar. And because of that, I was just like, why is Madoka voicing Mao Mao? And so I was thinking about Madoka Maguka the entire time, like after I found that out. So that's why Madoka Maguka is on my mind right now. Spoil myself in an upcoming collab. They're nice Delta Force collab, different one. Oh yeah, I forgot Delta Force is like a game. I just did not know they were having a collab, actually. Just open up Arknights. I'm just missing 6, so thank you. No problem. Perfect. Amijiga is a bandery thing, I believe. Thank you, Asmo. Don't know nothing about bandery. I do know what that stands for Bandeream, though. Mommy is a crossover operator. Hey, don't lose your head there. Sorry, that's a fucking lowest hanging fruit joke ever. Absolutely awful, Ace. Why Mommy, though, out of everything for a crossover operator? And not Madoka Maguga herself. Or Homu? Homer has a gun. No, wait, hold on. No, what is Homer? Homer uses a... Does she use a gun? Mommy uses guns. Mommy definitely uses guns. Because she pulls the long, like, muskets out of her skirt. What is... Does Homer just use a pistol? Did I make that up? I know Madoka uses a bow. Excuse me, Madoka Maguka uses a bow. Mommy uses flintlocks. Sakia uses a sword. Kyoko uses a spear. Okay, yeah, she just has a pistol. Like, I was thinking that she used a gun, but I was like, no, that's too simple compared to like what everyone else is using, I guess, in a way, but it's not. But like, yeah, I guess like just a standard pistol would work in Arknights as a weapon, so that works. We're getting another rhythm game collab? Hold on. What do you mean another rhythm game collab, Ben? What was their first rhythm game collab? And don't say Muse Dash, because that's like in the opposite direction. Arknights didn't get Muse Dash got Arknights. And I assume you're talking about the other direction. Or this direction, where we're getting it in Arknights. Unless you're not, in which case that's confusing. Guard melee healing, starter survival, nothing. Wait! Nothing. Ooh, the medics are DP, DPS, AoE, nothing. I should have hit a medic sword at range, nothing. Medic, nothing. Don't believe Homer's guns are magic, she just has them. Yeah, is her magic just the time travel? And then the gun is just like a, she just always has that thing on her. Guess her Vanguard started DPS. Da-da. The drum, Tycho? Wait, as Arknights is not getting Tycho in it. Tycho is getting Arknights. There's no way they're putting Tycho in Arknights itself, because that would be insanely goofy, and I'd be so back for that, actually. Oh my god. That would just be like that would be like vaguely similar to the April Fool's event with Rat Dad, right? Because it'd be just like red, blue. Which one? That'd be kind of goofy. I kind of love that, actually. Now I remember the Madoka Maguka YouTube video now. I love that thing. It's been so long since I've watched the full one. Discord doesn't let you zoom in enough to read. Is this... Yes! Thank you, Wisteria! I love it. Oh my god. Don't forget everyone, Madoka 2 coming out this year or next year. When is it coming out? Oh no, Firefox is installing updates. Oh, my tabs. It saves them typically, but still. Madoka, what is it, Kubi? Become Maguka. Love it so much. Madoka is beauty. So good. It's so beautiful. I love quality Shaft. And arguably that's not quality, that's just background characters, but you could also argue that poorly drawn background characters are quality. I'm not the director of what is and is not quality, thank you. Thank you, Dolly. Stay strapped or get clapped. That's kind of true. If Homer was strapped, then they wouldn't have all died in the original timeline, right? Spoilers for Madoka, by the way? I think that's what happened. I don't think she had her full powers, and then they all died, and so then Homer got traumatized, and then she got her powers, and then she did everything. How have you not seen Madoka Maguka yet? You don't even know what that means, by the way. Even if you hadn't seen Madoka Maguka, I'd stop calling Madoka. Even if you haven't seen Madoka yet, or Madoka if you prefer. Even if you haven't seen it yet, me saying that would only tell you that there was like time travel in it, which arguably, yeah, actually that is a pretty big spoiler. But that's not important. Thank you, Dolly. Okay, what are we doing? Oh yeah, but before I continue on, Service True, I really like Apothecary Diaries. You should all go watch it. It's really good. I'm 3 episodes in. It's fun. I like Mao Mao. She's very like aggressive and mean, and I like her voice a lot. I think Jinshi is a what's the word? What's like a fuckboy, but you don't use the word fuck to say fuckboy? He's like that. So I don't like him. I think Mao Mao is very real and valid for hating him. At the moment, at least. And it's just fun. I like little stories. Also, there was a really good part that made me laugh in a meta quality. Yes, an F-boy. Thank you. He was an F-boy. Someone go back and edit and bleep all that out. He's a Hawkeye, but he's like full of himself in like a way that's just like get out of here. You're not that great. Like very much just like a get the hell. Like I was very much with it. Was like get out of here. It's made the person I was sleeping with watch an episode of the Horse Animal, my veteran PP. Which season? You skipped season 1, I assume, right? Do the best way to spread the good word of Horse Girls. TBH. That's what I'm again after what's this called? We're tapping into Horse Girls, and honestly, there's a non-zero chance we watch one of the Horse Girl movies as a movie night. Because I've been seeing a lot of like bits of what is it? A New Beginning, which everyone has Agnes Tachyon in it, and like I like the way that it's like overly animated in a way, right? Where it's very like dynamic, fluid animation. I really like that. It looks cool. Plus, it has like Tachyon going like nutty. I don't know the story of it, but like I've heard that. Again, horses are kind of peak. Tap in. There's so many generally non-anime streamers play horse games. It's very funny to me. It's very weird. It tracks though because people like, you know, it's flavor of the month in a lot of ways. I think the flavor of the month will continue past the month. So whether or not the non-anime streamers stick with it, that's its own thing. But at the very least, like, if you're a non-anime streamer and you see the popularity popping off, you go and you play it once. You get your views, you get your little thumbnail, and then that's it. Easy enough. So finish Spice and Wolf before starting a new anime. Are you watching the new one, Asmo? I feel like we talked about this before. And if so, are you just like in a slump with it and you just haven't picked it up since you last dropped it, kind of a vibe? Because like I get that. I've definitely had like moments where it's like I really need to like finish this before I start on a new thing. And that's a rough feeling where it's just like it's like a weight on you, right? Where it's like, oh, I really want to do something, but I can't do it until I do this. But you're just like never in the mood to actually do the thing in the first place, right? That's procrastination at its like most true core, honestly. And like part of the reason you might be doing this, yeah, you might just be like tapped out or tired of doing the activity, like of just watching anime, right? You don't have the time or like the patience that you want to dedicate to that in some ways. That's why I usually do it when I'm eating. Because like when I'm eating, I do not do it here at this desk. I do it over in the break room. Nothing else around except for the TV, and that's where your TV time in. Shake up your environment. But yeah, I haven't heard anything. I actually have not heard anything about the new one being like good or bad, which arguably means it's probably pretty solid. Like, it's not like Second Coming of Christ levels, but it's like, at the very least, like, if it was like bad, I probably would have heard about it. So it's probably doing decently. I watched an anime, barring movies, in a while, and I'm just reading manga nowadays. Nice. Arguably, in a lot of cases, can be better. Depends on the anime, depends on the manga, obviously, but manga's a very fun medium that I can only tap into when I'm like, again, I can only watch anime like when I'm not at my computer. When I was younger, right, like in flight school and such, like when I was into anime, I was like, oh yeah, I put the anime on my screen, I watch it at my computer. Nowadays I like cannot do that, especially because I have 3 monitors. My ass knows that I will not trust myself that if I'm at my computer watching anime, I will end up like doing something else instead and like having it on a second monitor content, which isn't terrible, but it's just like I want to give it like the respect. I took the time to like get it in the first place. At least give it some more respect than like me having it on the background, like doing something else with it. And also, if I were to do that, because A, that'd be me missing some context in what's actually going on in the anime, which is important, and B, it would be a lot easier for me to binge things, which I don't like binging things. I think we talked about that the other day when I was talking about like Arcane. I think Arcane's way that Arcane releases content was really nice, where it was like 3 episodes, 3 episodes, 3 episodes, where it was a nice mix between like allowing you to do a little minor binge, but not giving you the full fire hose, right? It's kind of nice. I think it's quality, and people who have seen both seem to agree. Nice. At some point, that might be something I want to tap into as well. Because I really liked season 1, or I liked the original Spice and Wolf a lot. That was like you know, one of the peak anime of the early 2010s, where it's like, oh, you're into anime, you gotta watch these 5 things, and it's like Spice and Wolf. Well, what would it have been? Code Geass, Spice and Wolf, Tengatoppa Gurren Lagann, arguably K-On! Would have been one that people would have been like, you gotta go watch this. Like, obviously Full Metal Alchemist is probably up there, but look, that wasn't like, it's like, of course you would have watched that. Me saying that as someone who had not watched it. But like, that's like the assumption I believe was like, you already watched that on Toonami, and I was like, I didn't watch that on Toonami, but Angel, yes, actually correct, Harmonica. Angel Beats would have been a 2010 like easy recommendation where it's like, you gotta go watch this, you gotta go tap into this. I was like, Which actually, I never finished Angel Beats. I don't remember how far I got, but I just like I wasn't able to like I just never finished it. And I got like really far into it. Like I got surprisingly far into it, and I don't know why I dropped it. I just didn't watch it. Mavi. Sword Online, Attack on Titan. That's a little more closer to the mid 2010s. I guess when I was talking about early 2010s, it was like 2012. I guess those were coming out in 2013, 14. So they were like coming out. I'm thinking about the ones that like are already like, oh, this has been out for like a year or two. This is a classic, right? Which is arguably they're not classics, but like nowadays you could call those classics. But yes, SAO Attack on Titan did come out in the early 2010s, and those were like you gotta tap into this right now. Attack on Titan especially. Sword Art Online, still can't believe that. I'm still in the camp of I dropped that one as soon as they got out of Sword Art Online, because like, what do you mean you're gonna go back into another game? Get out of here. Still can't believe that one. Insane. I'm taking the dub pill, join me, be free. Find second monitor is impossible because of subtitles. If you get better at your Japanese, it can also help. But yeah, that's the other part as well, where it's like that's why I don't want a second monitor, because yeah, I will miss stuff because I will be like paying attention to stuff that is not the anime, and because I don't have full fluency, I'd be like I could pick up enough, but I'd be like, hold on, I'd have to like every so often go back and like scan back, and it's just yeah, you can't fully like it's disrespectful to the medium. Even if it was a dub, like I do that with YouTube videos a lot of the time, right? Like that's why it's like not. That's why I don't like second monitoring stuff, for at least for me. Especially if it's something I really care about, I don't like second monitoring it. Like there's a lot of like YouTube slop that I will second monitor, where it's just like this is just a person talking to a screen, whatever. Put it up there. You can be up there during the lulls in my Uma career. But like if a Frederick Knudsen video, if a Down the Rabbit Hole video comes on, if a really, really good Red Letter Media comes on or something like that, like, oh, full attention, either here or I just go put it on the big TV. Full attention. Frederick Knudsen especially, that goes on the big TV. When when like the 4-hour EVE Online one came out, that was a movie night for me. Woo! That was a movie night. That was great. Clana was around. I remember Clana being like a thing. It wasn't like as top of like you gotta tap into this, but like everyone was like, you want something sad, you'll go watch Clana. Never did that one though. Death Note. I feel like Death Note and the anime Death Note, I don't think it was big, but it never like it didn't stick around, for lack of a better word. Like, as I think the anime was poorly done, I believe. There's something about Death Note anime that I'm trying to think that like it didn't stick around as much as like the manga did. At least not for me. Aside the opening songs, of course, because everyone loves the opening songs. Slash ending songs? I don't know if the ending songs were also good. All I remember is Wake Up People. Oh man, so you don't even know the blank is blank's blank and they blank at the end. Watching Guri shove other horse out of the way is really funny. Nice. Like at the back surrounded. Boom. Bam. How does it feel to be on my second monitor right now? Honestly, see, that's the thing, Mayu. First and foremost, I expect I'm on most people's second monitors, or I'm in like the picture-in-picture if they're on their computer, right? Or on their phone, right? But TBH, exactly what I said about me watching second monitor content. I'm just some dude yapping at the screen. I'm peak second monitor content. I know it, damn it. But I'm peak second monitor content. That's the thing. Every so often we get a good episode where I'm prime first monitor content, but those are very rare. Those are very few and far between, because that requires a lot more effort on my part. But like we get a good one like at least once a year. Like the Halloween party, that's first monitor content. You put some respect on that one. But every other day of the week, bro, I'm peak second monitor content. I know what streamers do. I know what I am. I am the Nintendog / like virtual pet. I'm the bonsai buddy on your screen that you can like pet every so often. Or smack, depending on how sadistic you are, right? And I'm very happy with that. Thank you, Mayu. Watching stream my phone while I him these pants, which is kind of a second monitoring. Ooh, I like that though. That's a fun version of second monitoring though. I think that's like my biggest one that I'm always happy about. When someone's like, hey, I'm watching you while doing something else. And like if it's something like if I'm like, hey, so I'm gonna go like do my laundry and I'm gonna have you on, it's like, oh cool, nice. Like doing something to better yourself while also watching me, that is legitimately what makes my Kokoro go Doki Doki. Kogias, Attack on Titan, Death Note were the first ones I watched. What was the first like actual anime I watched? I guess Pokemon, but like I'm trying to think like anime. I know my first seasonal anime was GJ Boo, which is a very dated reference because unless you watch anime in the 2010s, you probably do not know anything about GJ Boo. But that was my first seasonal one. I knew that one for a fact. That had a very fun ending that I really like. Because it had a line that really stuck with me, which is like everything has to come to an end eventually, and that's what makes it fleeting. Like and that makes it fleeting, and that's what makes it special, right? Which that's a really nice line. I love that one. Ace is on my second of 5 monitors, a prestigious position. Number 2, I placed harmonica. I have my goals, like, and it's like you place second out of the 5 monitors at the harmonica key. I've seen multiple things for Death Note Among Us. Oh, I've heard about that. Yeah, they've made a Death Note Among Us, and I've heard it's like really good, especially when like if people get really accusatory, because then they all basically do the light scene at the end, the L scene at the end, which is amazing. I love that scene, both the original version of it and obviously the meme version of it. Service crew, I'm not gonna show you guys a YouTube video because I'm better than that, and I don't like showing YouTube videos typically. But I encourage all of you to tap in, go look up, or if someone wants to find and link it in the Discord, please do. One of the best memes that is every so often pops up in my head is Light Yagami, like the swimming one. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Where it's like, you call that a backstroke? I'll show you how to backstroke. That like YouTube poop shitpost version of Light's like meltdown at the end, amazing. I love it. Oh my god. But whenever someone does that in the Death Note Among Us, I've heard it's peak. Watch everything on my second monitor, that's what it's for. True. First monitor's for important stuff. Second monitor's for like something you watch or something you can like occasionally glance to. Third monitor, if you're in there, that's for Discord. Straight up, by the way, if you can, again, my recommendation, if you're ever bougie enough for a third monitor, get one that tilts upwards. You can put Discord on it, or you can put like your manga on it. Putting your manga on a vertical monitor is so cool. Would recommend. 2-page spreads kind of suck on it, but like, ooh, single pages, fantastic. 2-page spread, just slide over to your main monitor. First anime was Tenchi Muyo and G Gundam and Inuyasha. Ooh, Inuyasha's a good one. That's a Toonami one for me, but yes. Also, technically, I think I watched like some kind of Chibi Gundam, which was on like Toonami. Inuyasha wasn't Toonami. Inuyasha was Adult Swim, excuse me. Because I remember, for some reason, I have a memory of watching Inuyasha at like 2 in the morning in like elementary school, and I made like Eggo waffle Eggo waffles, and like I was a young boy. I was up really late for some reason during the summer. I made some Eggo waffles in my toaster, and I brought them up in my room, and I was watching Inuyasha while eating them. Very weird memory that I just have in there, but that's like one of the few things I remember about Inuyasha. We're watching FMA with my mom as a wee babe. 2003 Not Brotherhood. Nice, Asmo. That's a fun one. I mentioned that as well last week, where it's like, what? It's so weird watching 2003 and just, like, it diverged so much sooner than I thought. And I'm so glad I did, because now I have references for 2003. 2 of the monitors are off. The other one is currently a TV, which is pause on an episode of Uma. I play still. It doesn't matter. Tennis and potato chip. Ooh. I'll take a potato chip and eat it. I still see Keikaku means play in reference to this day. It's so good. That's a timeless, that's a generational meme that cannot be replaced. My desk isn't large enough for a monitor that turns vertically. Arguably, a monitor that turns vertically is easier to fit on desk space, first and foremost, but yes, it would have been SD Gundam. Okay. So true. It's late, actually. We kind of popped off there a little bit. My bad. I was like, it's late, and given how long the other ones of these have been, I don't think we can actually do this. Or I would advise against myself doing this, because I've drank a lot of water today in reference to already reading all this stuff. I think we might call it here. Laptop, it takes up most of my desk. Get a better laptop. Get a smaller laptop. Get a Vesa mount. That's what you need. That's what I need to do actually at some point. Mount these bad boys. Also, at some point I need to like, I don't need to, but like all my monitors are different brands. Is anyone bougie enough to have the same brand of monitors if they have multiple monitors? Because I'm not. Like this one in front of me I've had since possibly 2010, and like it flickers off every so often, but like this one over here I think I got in college, and then this one over here I bought like 4 years ago. Like they're all mismatched, but it works because if it ain't broke, right? Nearly 4 hours for 3. In fairness, Asmo, I did tangent for the 4th hour. 3 hours for three stages, though, is actually what happened. Because I think at about 11 o'clock is when we finished the 3rd stage. And then I started doing the base and headhunting, and then we just... Oh, yeah! Service crew, here's how we're going to wrap up the day. We're gonna roll until we just get the spark. Until we just get the guaranteed 5-star. Or 6-star, possibly. Service crew, give me number 1 through 10. When are we going to get this thing? That's how... See, look at that. Gambling. That's how we're going to end the day. I'm going to say 4, 6. I'm going to say... No, 4. No, 6. I'll say 6 since you said 4. We're not going to 41. It's under 10. 10 is realistic, Harmonica. That's the unfortunate part. Because I gotta... Does the spark carry over? No, it doesn't. The spark doesn't carry over. These use different, pull things or whatever. Pity systems, that's the word. All my monitors are TVs, and only different remotes use... You have to use a remote for it? Wow, 2. Okay. Sick. We were all wrong. None of us were even close without going over. We all went over. By the way, I think wind chimes is a perfect example of what Ben was talking about earlier about abs. Wind chimes in the skin does not have abs, but she does have a good midriff. So if someone looks at this version of wind chime and says abs, I would say they're incorrect. She just has a really good tummy. Mayu, yeah, likely story. Pull until 6, or at least do a few more pulls. We can do, so this is using my juice, though. Hold on. I should probably do this at some point. I have been so tapped out of Arknights since Uma dropped. Dude, so messed up, man. I feel a little bit bad for her, but Uma just hits, man. Can I buy some? It's a new month. There we go. I'll use these two. Forgot that it's July now. Perfect. I'll use these 4, excuse me. I'll use these 3. Double X. Hold on, wait. Okay, I'll use these 4. Done. There. So it's true. We gonna get something good in these 4 pulls? I don't know. But we got them. Who have chiming they wind. Sometimes I assume abs in Arknights, even when they visibly aren't there. That's true. Like, it's very, like... I don't want to use the term, but, like abs coded is, like, the best way to put it, right? Where it's, like, you know they would have abs, but they just didn't draw them in for any, like, number of reasons, right? It's like sometimes there's just a character that's like, this character would have this if the artist could do it more so. What's up, RI Project? Happy Tuesday, welcome on in. My brain just alters my memory of the op to what makes sense. That also tracks. Where it's like, it's a character that you think should have X, Y, or Z on it, right? But in the event while having no idea what's going on. So in chapter 4 of the main story, the current event in Arknights. That's even more confusing, Asmo, because like that's all of the Sui events, all the dragon related events are all connected to each other, and that's like the 4th of them. So like it's on its own different thing. Like that's added confusion. Watch the 6-star, by the way. Fuck. I got a lot of 4-stars. It's kind of nice. Can't be beat. That's a good way to end. That's the girl. Abs just mean dehydrated. Hoshiguma has abs, and a PNG will not deceive me. Wait. Does Hoshiguma not have abs? I think that'd be a perfect example of what Siri was talking about if Hoshi does not actually have abs on her sprite. I think her stomach is covered though, but her stomach is covered in all of these, so technically I mean, effectively. Like, yeah, that's the thing, is like, you can see a lot more definition in the stomach there. Though arguably, you could say that's not abs, but like that, yeah, that's like it's a hard line when it comes to anime characters as well, especially, right? I see. What's up, Karia? Happy Tuesday, welcome in. Why aren't you playing the horse game like everyone else? Because we're rushing to get chapter 15 done, chapter 14 done in spot of chapter 15. And also, real talk, Kaharia, I honestly debated doing the horse game today, but the reason I'm not is because on Sunday I'm probably gonna be doing the horse game. Because I'm gonna be out of town. I'm coming back on Sunday, and I'm probably gonna do a small thing just because, and that's probably gonna be horse. And I was like, I can keep Arknights Tuesday going on. I don't want to switch to horse game yet. At least once I'm done with chapter 14, we'll see what the landscape with horse game is right now. But real talk though, Kaharia, love horse game, unironically. It's so good. Arknights does have horses too. It's got do I care about the horses in Arknights? I think I care about the horses. I don't think the horses care about me. I think what's the highest horse I have in Arknights? Is it Neural? Am I missing a horse? Hold on. Nue, Dragon, Sarkaz, Goat, Wolf, Daughter, Fish, Wolf, Cat, Tiger technically, Fish, Goat, Dragon, Demon, Sarkaz, Squirrel, Wolf, Minotaur? What is Palace technically? Goat? No, Moose. Oni, Demon, Sarkaz. Sarkaz is not technically, they are based on demons, but Wolf, Angel, Bird, Cat, Dog. Cat. I had to think about that one for a second because there was Cat, Dog, and then this one right here that actually broke my brain for a hot second. Asterisk, Fallen Angel, Dragon, Sarkaz, Terrorist, Dragon, Cat, Monster Hunter, Wolf, Bird, Fish, Tiger, Bird? Elf. I think she's a reindeer, actually. I was gonna say bird for a second, but I think she's a reindeer, right? Yeah, Olafia, or however you pronounce it. Daughter, bird, vampire, cat. No, fox. Cyclops, Robin, child, Oni. Oni? Different type of Oni, right? No, it is just actually called Oni. Okay. They are I didn't know that Matsumaru and Hoshiguma were actually like the same type of Oni. Turtle, fox, rabbit? I don't actually know what caper is. Cat, bird, graffiti artist, fish hawker, Sarkaz, Furry, Horse. It's for Vizzo. It's for Vizzo, but it's only because of her skill. It's only because of her base skill that she's E2'd. So if we don't count for Vizzo, lion, wolf, angel, goat, furry, fish, sniper, bear, goat, Quetzalcoatl, wolf, human woman, fish, cat, weedy. No. Yeah, I think it's it's Wishlash. It's Wishlash. It's Wishlash and Knurl at max level E1. Did I even go over Weedy actually? Okay, that was Weedy. In fairness, I actually really like Wishlash, but I think Wishlash just is not like I don't need to E2 Wishlash. Like what's she gonna do on E2? And like Knurl's okay. Like yeah, Fang is a horse that I actually have as well. Like I don't know, none of the horses like have speak to me in a way that like I need to E2 them. Wishlash design wise though, Wishlash design wise very close, but I don't E2 for design that much. Onir also does Sarkaz, by the way. Really? Gotta go into the specific. What is Hodor? What species is he? Like that was the issue because I was like, you can't just say demon with Hodor. I don't know what his is. Like the vampire one, that's obvious. Or like technically she is a gargoyle, right? Also obvious. But like some of them are just like, I don't know who you are. What are you? It's Tower Defense Tuesday, not Horse Game Tuesday. It'd be Trainer Tuesday, Asmo. By the way, I have a pin in my hand that I use for my handy detective book. And when I said Trainer Tuesday, I smacked that pin at the screen. I actually was afraid of that. Trainer Tuesday, Asmo. Lock in. I think I got my CS maxed out today. Nice, RI project. What is your CS? Your creep score? Forte's a bull. Stop calling sarcastic slurs. My bad. Cranslayer's a hyena. You're right. Sorry, I said wolf because she was in the Lupo event, but you're right. She is a hyena. Fang is a horse. Wishlash E2 art. I don't know what her E2 art is. Look. How is her E2 art better than this though? Look at this. Look at this. It looks so nice. It's probably really good, but like, this is so peak. It's a Goliath. Like David and Goliath? What is a Goliath like as a demon, actually? I've never heard of Goliath outside of David and Goliath. Is he just like a big guy? His husband! Mine, specifically. Asthma, that's really good. That's what most of the buff mercs are. Really? Trainer Tuesday, isn't it? Trainer Tuesday? It'd be Carrot Tuesday? That doesn't make sense. Is there any other interesting characters on the screen we need to talk about? Cold Shot, I would E2 her, but I think she's dog. But like, I like Cold Shot a lot. Cold Shot and Wishlash are both in the same tier of just like, I wish you were a little bit better. It's not worth it to E2 you, but like, I look at both of you and I respect you both. Along with Aurora. Look at the skin, by the way. I adore this skin so much. It's such a quality skin. Oh my god. Good job, Aurora. Her E2 art is the one they put in the advertisements. The what? The T in trainer doesn't actually... You mean it's not a... Yeah, it's more of a... It's more of a tower, trainer. I guess. The version makes more sense with an accent. Ah, actually. But you have to glide it. You have to... Bleh. Not glide, technically. What's the opposite of a glide where you just crunch things together? Who's a linguist here? So let me convince Aurora to wear climate-appropriate clothes. And given her ability that she doesn't wear climate-appropriate clothes because she actually has like extremely good body temperature regulation or whatever like that, it must be really, really cold in there, TVPG. Alright, that's so true. Let's wrap for the night, shall we? We started on chapter 14. Where the end is within sight, question mark. You know what's really messed up though? I've never been in this position before, so I don't know how long this chapter is gonna be, because I'm so used to like being able to go one more over and being like, you can't unlock this until the thing, and like I don't know. Are there 23 that actually fits probably. There probably are 23, and this is probably like my S stages. I don't know what these are either, and I guess we'll find out next week. Assuming? Oh hell yeah, Harmonica. She's getting they're getting a new model soon as well. But the TR and DR are realized as CHR and JR. The trainment stuff marked them as TR and DR. Ooh, that's some Japanese phonography to me. Because that's like you have your TI sounds in Japanese are taken in English as CHI sounds. For instance, T is more like chi, or like ZI is like JI, right? Like little goofy things like that. Benny just finished the last comment stage of the chapter yesterday. Is he still waiting to do the last like reading bits then? I would say yeah. I knew that Benny was also catching up, and I knew Benny was ahead of me because like I was finishing 13 when Benny was like on 14. Nice though. We will both get to experience chapter 15 as it drops then, which is apparently the way to do it because it's apparently insane. All right, that's so true. Let's wrap. What are we doing the rest of this week? Thursday we're doing. What are we doing on Wayne? What are we doing on Thursday? So true. Where's my schedule? What are we doing? Oh, we're playing Duck Detective. We're playing Duck Detective. The Ghost of Glamping, the new Duck Detective. In case you're not tapped in, you don't understand what that means. But the Ghost of Glamping. We're gonna be at Duck Detectiving, and we're gonna solve who the Ghost of Glamping is. Check it out. That's all for this week, technically. Sunday is when you'll get a new schedule. On Sunday, not guaranteed, but we might do an Uma stream later on as like a gorilla. Next Monday, we're going to be doing... Ooh. Next Monday is going to be like either a free chat or web fishing. I think we're just going to do a free chat. I don't know if I want to do it then or if I want to save it for later, but at some point in the future... Here's my... I'm going to put this bug in your ear so you're thinking about it now, Service Crew. At some point, I want to do a free chatting where you guys need to design my room. Because at some point, I think it'd be cool to get a new, like, just chatting screen. And I need a cool design for it. Because right now, all we have are 2 windows and a table that is under, like you can't see most of the time. And so I might, like, make it so it's, like, Service Crew, take stock images and make a room with this. I don't think we'll do that Monday. I think I just want to put that bug in your ear. That'd be a first monitor stream. Speaking of that, tomorrow's 5.5 stream at 10 Central. Ooh, I should be back for that. At the very least, I'll be back in time to like hear about everything else. Cool. So Soshir, keep an eye on that. Tell me what's cool in there. Outside of the fact that we're getting, like, you know, the operators and everything like that. But yeah, with that, I got nothing else. So we're going to wrap. I'm going to see you guys over to Ruben R's, friend of the show. Go check them out. They're having a big day at the end of the week. Where is... There they are. Rue Grimrose, excuse me. Did not mean to dead name. I forgot they switched their last name. Send you over to Rue Grimrose. But that's all I got. So, with that, Source Crew, thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope to catch you next time. Peace out, everyone. And see you there. 3, 2, 1. Go say hi.